Mark. Hello, this is Mark.
Was that a cry in the wilderness, Mark? Trying to figure out if anybody else is listening?
Yeah, this is Mark Baldessari from Enphase.
Right. What you're doing, you're trying to see if anybody else is listening, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So what you're trying to do is make sure that everybody else can hear you. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything, just some background noise, and wanted to know if anyone else was on the call.
Well, I'm on the call. This is John Tacker. I'm on the call. I get to see the conference room with hardly anybody in there yet.
Hey, John and Mark, this is James from RBI. I'm on the call as well, and I can see Jeff Spees' head in the corner of the shot. Doesn't look like they're quite ready to start yet, but I'm going to mute myself unless somebody has something for me.
Sounds like a good idea, even though it is disturbing to have to see Jeff Spees' head.
Hey, John, this is Sunny.
Hi, Sonny.
Hey. Yeah, we're all muted. I think they can't hear us. We could hear each other.
Hi, Sonny. Dan.
Hey, guys. How are you? I guess
Doing good, man. Doing good.
Yeah, it's good. I guess too many of us didn't decide not to fly in this time, huh?
It's just too many other things going on this time of year.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi guys, you got Steve Bauer and Tom Young at Unirac?
Sounds like somebody's driving.
But what I did was I typed a question to Arden to ask.
Oh, that was good.
If they would test to see if they can hear us.
That was your keyboard.
Yep.
But you are correct, some of us are driving.
I hope hands-free.
Oh yeah, we got the headset on.
Excellent. Because, you know, with a couple safety engineers on here, that would be a bad thing to admit you were driving with a phone in your hand.
True. I wouldn't want to break that rule, guys. Yeah.
our original meetings. So when they mute us, can we still talk to each other on the phone? I've never done one of these before.
I guess we can. Good morning.
Sweet.
Yeah, so we can have our own meeting and we can overrule their meeting, right?
Yeah, that's how it works.
I think we have a quorum on the phone.
Yeah, I think that feature was in Paula's notes, right? If we have a quorum on the phone, we can overrule whatever they say.
I imagine we're going to have power in numbers by the group on the phone because it looks like a ghost town in there.
Yeah, I'm betting we have the quorum.
I think I see Jeff Spees' Mighty Beard, Paula, Hector. I can't quite tell because it's in like, I think they have an HD potato in there.
I know that Pete Jackson said he was going to see me there, and I said, nope, you'll see me online, but you won't see me there. Yeah, like I said, I think we have a quorum, so we can do whatever the heck we want. We can decide everything.
Yeah.
I think we do anyway, John.
We got Sonny and John, so we got all the testing people. I mean, sounds like I think we got the Unirac guys.
And we have Donnie Hughes. I mean, what more could you want?
We got Don.
Sure, we have the Florida faction on the line here. Hey, did you guys see we got the NEM and the ITC both in our favor?
Yeah.
This week.
Yeah.
Pretty good
stuff.
stuff.
I mean,
there.
We'll see
but the
about
question is, what else did they pack in that bill, though?
Yeah. I don't know.
What didn't they pack a version of the internet security bill in there too? That we basically gave up all our wiretapping laws, but we get solar.
As long as Donald Trump didn't get a hold of it, we'll be okay.
Well, you know.
Oh, and we got to paint the White House gold.
Hey, you know, if Trump gets involved, then everything will be nuked anyways, so there won't be anything to worry about.
That's a good point. I like that. I like that point of view.
Hey, I saw that they got that. I saw they got that D-bag, that guy that owned that company that was jacking up all the pharmaceutical prices. I saw they arrested that dude on some charges too.
No way.
It's like all is right with the world this week so far, man.
Fraud. You got it for fraud.
The NBC website right now. I should check it out.
But Don, didn't they get him for something else? They got him for something like playing around with
securities fraud. Yeah.
Yeah, hedge fund.
No way. That guy had just a sheer cash cow of a business, and all he had to do is just lower his prices a little bit and play nice, and he could have just bought a big boat, gone full Richard Branson on it.
I don't think any of us else out there have to worry about it. It's going to be a fire. It's going to be Bakersfield. It's just, like Zach Fry, another guy from our area that bootlegged it in, right? Everybody's got their specialty. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Buenos dias.
Good morning.
Namaste.
Jeff just asked, where's everybody?
We're here.
Right here.
Excellent.
We're all hiding in that little box on the table.
Yes, I know. Are you guys
In the interest of going green, we dialed in.
Well, you
So
guys
what inside that box?
You guys do that.
We're all at John Tacker's house for beer tasting.
What's that?
We're all at John Tacker's house. We're all at John Tacker's house doing a beer tasting.
We're at John Tacker's winery, Five Guys Winery.
Yeah, I thought John Tacker's into wine, so we'll go
Well,
visit
I'm into wine, beer, mixed drinks. I'm really not. I'm an equal opportunist when it comes to that.
Excellent.
We're almost out of absinthe, though.
This is a really good way to start today's meeting.
You want me to toast you with my? I don't have wine with me, but do I need to go down the hall and get some so I can toast?
Well, we could have a toast later on.
Well, we toast if we have any right now.
Had I known, I would have brought something. Why wait? I'm always a day late. Okay.
I'm in. Yeah, I'm in.
I think Jeff Spees might use some Jameson in his coffee, and that's why the beard comes in so strong.
I have a feeling this briefing note's going to go pretty easy. I have an idea. Why don't we just end this meeting right now, and we'll go to John Tacker's house. Second.
I'll text you the address, and I'll see you guys here shortly.
Okay.
That might be the only thing we didn't try to throw an addendum on right out of the gate.
And it's something we all agreed on, too. See how quick we can agree on things?
Even John agreed on it. That was incredible. He was great with the language.
Oh my God.
Notice I didn't object.
We're cruising today.
All right, so let's get going, folks. So, hey, can you guys see the easy button? Against that email. I got this just this morning from Stephanie. So when we get this meeting things done, that was easy. And then Paula's got this Thor hammer, and that's really dangerous. So we'll see. But hey, folks, thank you for joining us this morning. And we have some of our folks that aren't here this morning, and totally understood because of the holidays, and parties, and vacation. But you guys are here physically and online, and that's greatly, greatly appreciated. This has been this year has been pretty awesome. We're into our 8th meeting, and I'm not only myself, I'm impressed by the folks. Yesterday, I provided a status to my Department of Administration of the work that we have done, and they were very, very impressed. One of the things that the county has recently done is form a sustainability council. Basically, all the department heads work together on sustainability issues. Solar is one of them. So hopefully in early January, I'm going to be making a presentation to our Board of Supervisors on SEAC, and then get it totally lined up with the Sustainability Council. So things are looking very positive from our end. But really, it really comes down to all of you. I was talking to Paula the other day, and we're thinking, how does this group come together? I mean, it's pretty amazing. Such a group of experts are willing to, joke on the phone and have some really good discussions on some tough issues, and work through some of these briefing notes, and it's quite remarkable, and how these things happen, and how quickly the barriers came down, and all those titles came down, and we're willing to be, vulnerable and willing to hear other people's opinions and ideas and work through them. And I just want to encourage that. Keep going in that direction. Just you guys joking on the phone and about different things, it's fantastic. And that way we get to know each other a lot better. And building those relationships, I know that we're going to do a tremendous job next year. So with that, I want to congratulate the group so far for everything that's been done. Really looking forward to the next few months, all the things that are going to happen, and successes we're going to have. And I wish I had something to toast, but I don't have any coffee. So I toast to all you folks. Tremendous job this year, and looking forward to everything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mustafa.
Well, thank you. I want to thank everybody. I want to especially thank, I'm not thanking my boss. I want to thank you so much effort and someone, and of course, Paul. There's a lot of work they do behind the scenes. You guys are unbelievable how much they work behind the scenes, how much they do. I'm going easy on it. Just join me aside, you guys. It's going to be go easy, but just want to thank him as well. I'm not looking for any promotions or anything. So I'm not working, so. Thank you. So, Paula, should we get this started?
Did you want to go to the
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. So let's start online. Who's on the phone and computers? Just say your name, and if you have anything else to say, that's fantastic. So go on, folks. There.
Obviously, John Tacker from UL is here.
Hello, John.
Great.
Don Hughes from the Center for Sustainable Energy is here.
Anybody else?
And this is Alan Fields with Sungevity.
Hey, Alan.
And Mark Baldessari from Enphase Energy.
Welcome, Mark.
You got
With that,
And Craig Carney with Iron Ridge here.
good morning, Craig.
Good morning. James Cormican with RBI Solar.
Welcome.
you got Steve Bauer and Tom Young with Unirac.
Welcome, folks.
Good morning, Tom Coffey with Iron Ridge.
Tom.
And Sunny Rai with Intertech.
Sunny.
Chris Byron, Posigen.
Hey, Chris, you came out of the woodwork.
Came out of the woodwork.
Welcome back.
Good to be back.
Good. Is that it? Hey, Steve. Awesome. I'm glad you're there, Steve. We heard that you're not feeling well, and glad you're joining us.
And also Kevin Reiningston from the Riverside County Fire is online.
Welcome, Kevin. Okay, so I'm going to run Jim. Jim Cahill, Solar City. Mike Galvez, Solar City. Pete Jackson, City of Bakersfield. Sparky Cohen, City of Calabasas. Jason Mowbray, Solar Edge. Hector Bordes, LA County. Edgar DeSera, Texas Solar. Jeff Spees, Quicktown TV, and Calcio. Southwest Taché, LA County. Oh, Marley.
Stephanie Yen, SEAC Administrator Assistant, and Paul O'Malley.
Good. Well, thank you very much. So let's go to announcements, Paul.
Yeah. We have a smaller turnout today, obviously. There's understandably some Christmas party conflicts today, and then we're really missing our San Diego folks. Unfortunately, Steve, Pat, and Tiffany and Roy Adams didn't make it. But we're glad to have Steve online, so thank you for your commitment. And then, to mention that Hector and Mustafa will be leaving around about 11 today, because we have a Christmas lunch, right?
Right.
And then a little bit of bad news and sad news. My assistant is going back to college full time, so we're going to be missing her and losing her. And we're looking at a candidate to replace her, but anyone great, please let us know. Then on to some really big and positive solar news, which we actually started speaking about prior to this meeting, is looks like the ITC is going to be extended and renewed for another 5 years. And the CPUC proposed new rooftop solar schemes on Tuesday. It looks like there were some positive news on that, and it looks like we'll hear the big and final news on January 28th. I don't know if Jeff, you want to...
Well, it's a 30-day approval period from what I had heard a couple days ago, so that would put us into mid-January when that gets finalized. Currently, the only impact it appears is there will be a application fee that will probably be $100 to $200 from what I can tell, and while there was originally stated that there would be no reduced compensation for backfed kilowatt hours, when I was reading a summary this morning, it appears that's not correct. There will be, 2 to 3 cents kilowatt hour reduced value of any kilowatt hour that you put onto the grid. Since they're charging you a fee to deliver that back to you, use it. So that's the way that they can say we're not compensating you less for your backfed kilowatt hour. We're just going to charge you a fee for every kilowatt hour you put on the grid. So, but in fairness,
I'm doing fine. How are you?
if this is how it does get approved, I will be incredibly relieved because that will probably be the least damaging resolution to what has been a very nerve-wracking time frame over the past few months. So,
we'll just make it work.
news overall, if it gets approved in its current incarnation, the next 30 days, there's no doubt in my mind that the utilities are going to have full court press to increase whatever they possibly can.
So they're just going through. They're just going through stuff that of announcements that I already know. So it's not a problem.
Hey, John, we
Thanks for sharing that, John. Hey, we can hear you, John. Paul, what else?
And then I want to open the floor to any announcements those that are present or online want to make?
So, well, first of all, the first question for you, do you know what UL is and what UL does?
We all do, John.
I think he's on the phone.
UL does.
So, Pete, go ahead. I shared this with some of you electronically, but for those that I didn't, if you're interested, we did have a PV-related residential fire last month, and I do have a report that kind of tells you what happened. So if anyone that I didn't send this to wants a copy, I've got some here.
Thanks, Steve. Anybody else around the room?
We did formalize the single inspection process training. That's going to be held in Calabasas on January 21st. And I sent Hector and Paula a flyer. There was a morning session and there's an afternoon session. Very low cost. It's $20 for members of LA Basin ICC or Ventura ICC. $30 for non-members.
What about the SEAC members?
I think we can make that probably no
$40.
Very low cost.
Yeah.
If Don Frank wants to charge you double, I don't know. I better ask him.
So thank you, Sparky. Thank you. Anybody else? Online, any announcements? Okay, hearing none. Anybody else here? Any announcements? Okay, Paula, what's next?
The status update. I'm pretty sure that the majority of you know, and if you don't, we've cancelled our February 2016 workshop. A number of conflicts arose, and El Nino was also a big concern. We wanted to have the exhibitors out in the courtyard area, and we were concerned that if the weather turned bad, how would we deal with moving them indoors? So that was a concern. And then Hector and I spoke at length about the workshop. And I don't know, Hector, would you like to speak about what we're going to be doing in the place of workshop?
Right, so a little bit more about the workshops. The logistics were getting to be quite challenging, especially here in this department. The department does great having meetings in the conference room. It doesn't do so great having 300 to 500 people show up. So it was presenting a huge logistic issues to do that here. And then there were some conflicts. Calcia, maybe I think it's putting on a workshop with Contractors Day, very similar to what we're posting, almost the same time frame. And then all that we kind of talked about this at length. It was taking so much out of our time that the focus on SEAC was starting to disappear. So the workshops were just like everything was going towards the workshop. And we thought about, is that, should SEAC be a training committee or training body? And we thought that for now, our focus, our core service, what we should be doing is really working on these briefing notes instead of being distracted by other things. And just focus on the briefing notes and getting those done as quickly as possible and getting those out to all the other stakeholders, other cities, and other folks in the private sector. And so, hey, why don't we do that? Let's just focus on what our job is here. And then, you know, there's so much already. Or not. So let's just focus on this. And we thought maybe what would be best is down the line, especially after the UL 2703, we finish those next 4 briefing notes, that we can do a webinar. And that is much easier to do. Much easier to do. Easier to manage. We don't have to deal with all the issues here or anywhere else. And we can just focus those webinars on each of the briefing notes. And then anybody can attend online anywhere, you know, and then those will be recorded. So then somebody wants to watch the webinar later on, we'll put it on the website. It's available for everybody, and it's available, you know, as long as we want to keep it on the website. So that's the direction, you know, we're going to go. We haven't scheduled anything regarding webinars. We want to wait until we get to 2188, UL 2703. So we have a lot of stuff to present. And then in regards, you know, who's going to be doing the webinar? Hey, we can open it up to anybody who wants to help out online with us and present the briefing notes. So hopefully that's okay with everybody, but I think that's a good direction. Let's just focus on what our objectives are here at SEAC, and let's get some of this work done real quick and get it out for the public to use.
So yeah, so webinars will become a promotional tool for SEAC on the work that we actually accomplishing. On the marketing front, we've been pretty active, Hector and I, on going to meetings the last few weeks. A lot of them have been with Clean Energy and Sustainability Associations and organizations, and the whole purpose of that is to develop active and strong collaborative relationships with all stakeholders in the solar industry. We think that that's really crucial and important. And then also, the ITC and CSE, as Barty mentioned earlier on, are putting on a training event on January the 23rd. And thank you to Don and Sparky. They're also going to be presenting the briefing notes that we have accomplished and promoting our work, so thank you very much. And then to also mention that Hector will be leading a talk at the League of California Cities in Sacramento between March the 9th and the 11th, and that will also be a promotional tool for the work of SEAC. And then UL 2703 report will continue in January. And Mustafa, would you like to elaborate on where we at with UL 2703?
Yes, so we had multiple meetings, multiple conference calls ever since last meeting, ever since last SEAC meeting, regarding the 22 requirement items that we sent out to all the manufacturers and the test labs. So between the county, Pete was involved, as well as UL, TUV, and UL. We narrowed down the requirements. We agreed on some, disagreed on some. Between the test labs, there are some disagreements on some of the items. And we finally finalized them, and it's up to right now to the test labs to get back to us each individually and to respond to all those items. We are very close to agreement, and we've been working on the other front. We're working on the installation instruction on the SDP that I'm part as well myself, part of it as well as Pete. So we're trying to between the listing and the installation instruction to resolve all the issues regarding the 2703. So we're hoping on the next meeting we will be able to have a better update. And to me, 2703, all the 4 items of 2703 should be resolved once we resolve the issue on those 22 items. So there should be no more discussions. Now, I know Pete has been on the line too, so if you want to take a couple of words.
We're working on it. Perfect can be the enemy of progress, though. So it's really critical that we can't get to a perfect standard like that. You got to start with something and then improve it. And that's the way the standard making process is meant to operate. And I think this is a good part of that process. One thing I would point out to anyone who's, whether it's UL 2703 or any other product standard, if you have good ideas, they need to be submitted. There's a process for that. We can all talk about the shortcomings and the way it should be, but proposals can be made, something in writing, in the format, and it can be voted on by the technical panel, at a certain point. So it's critical that if you have good ideas or suggestions, that you get them to somebody on the panel, and then we can work on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mustafa.
And then, obviously, to mention as well that the utility issues, we're busy working on those, fully engaging with utility representatives and installer representatives of SEAC, and we'll continue that work in January. So we want to make sure that the issue statements are written in a very concise and well understood manner. And then City of San Bernardino, they postponed their virtual inspection online presentation in view of the recent attack. They did forward us a virtual inspection report, and what I'd like to share with you quickly is just a section of it, which is very, very positive. It says, the vast majority of virtual inspections were successfully completed, and customer comments from follow-up interviews and surveys were provides a streamlined option for inspections and allows inspections to be precisely scheduled and completed with little to no wait time for customers. Based on the success of the pilot and customer service benefits of the program, Building and Safety recommends moving forward to establish the virtual inspection as a permanent permitting option for simple inspections countrywide.
If you could explain, what do they consider to be a virtual inspection?
So that's using technology. So in the, do you know? Okay.
Yeah, we've seen an example of it. One example of it, a company called Excella. They actually built an application around it. It's basically just using a smartphone and your camera, and I'm the inspector sitting in front of my computer, and you can schedule inspection at any time. So there's a lot of flexibility for both parties, fantastic. And the inspector directs the contractor, hey, can you put your camera here, put it there, can you take your tape out, measure this, can you look underneath this? And so the inspector is sitting in front of the computer doing the inspection for his office. And Excella, what it does, it has an application that records all kinds of different things. So for some reason, that's actually even more simpler. They're not even using any special application or anything. They just smartphone, contractor, and
are they recording?
Yeah.
So the video stream as they're talking to the installer is being recorded and used as put into the file, I suppose, for that permit.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. So we're looking at it. We see potential, not for all inspections. So we're going to try it out, some cases, some simple things. Once we get on the webinar with Bernardino, so we're going to try it out. And it could be,
sounds like a cost savings.
Oh yeah, and you don't have to tell the contractor, I'll be there between 12 and 4. The contractor's sitting there waiting 4 hours. So, and you can do it in minutes. There's value there. They have some issues. Interesting. Some of the contractors did not know how to use their phone. So they had some training, which is fine. And there was some issues, of course, with getting signal. Thank you. So there's some of that stuff. So, but it looks pretty positive.
Yeah, kind of cool.
Yeah.
We're supportive of it.
Right.
So we think it could be good, like you said, for certain applications.
Yeah.
And they are going to be doing an online presentation. So we will send forward all the details to you because I'm pretty sure you want to attend that.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Okay. All right. And then also good news is online solar permitting software that aids the expedited permitting process. We're going to have a live presentation and demonstration at our January meeting. And the topic is automating small-scale PV system designs and permitting submittals using software. So we're really encouraged and grateful for that. It's going to be done by PV permit online. And then to move on, obviously today we're focusing on briefing notes 3 and 4. So hopefully we can get an agreement and consensus on that. You will probably the briefing notes 3 and 4 that we submitted as board pack with the invitation that there have been some changes. One has been we've added an objective to the beginning of the briefing notes. Some of the changes we implemented mainly because we need to look at these briefing notes from a perspective that they are going to be targeted to a greater audience. And all of us have been very sort of immersed and involved in it, so it's easier for us to understand. But we looked at it from a perspective of once we publish it and the reader is reading it, how will it be well understood? So that's why we kind of reworded and added a couple of other sections.
Sorry, quick question. In the email you sent out that had there was a lot of strikeouts on briefing note 4, if I'm mistaken. I don't see those here. Did you just extract all that language?
Well, what I took was, what I've highlighted in yellow is what has been added, supplemented, and that which is not highlighted in yellow has been from the previous document that the technical group has been working on and agreed to.
Yeah, so I guess I just saw a lot of items that was crossed through all the way.
I think Jeff, what you're asking is that with all the comments taken into consideration, or they were all put into the briefing notes.
Understood. I'm just pulling up. This looks very different than what I read this morning on the plane on the way out. And I'm pulling from the email that was sent on, let's see, this was sent December 15th, that was yesterday. And when I look at the briefing note 4, maybe it's 3. I just thought I saw, yeah, indeed, on 3, item number 2, you've crossed out everything on item number 2 in briefing note 3. Item number 3, same thing, you've crossed everything out. Item number 5, you've crossed everything out. Am I reading that correct? Is anybody else able to see what I'm talking about? It was,
I don't have any strikeouts on that.
Okay, well here, let me show it to you, because looking right at it. Y'all is crossed out. That's not, okay. So that there's no, that's just what mistake I got. Just crossing everything out.
I printed out a copy and brought it on myself. What are you saying?
I just thought we were extracting all those passages. Okay. Okay.
So what you see on the screen is what we're going to be working on, and then the additions that are written in red are kind of suggestions, because we stated there that we're going to be developing these recommendations and just how we're going to do that and when we're going to accomplish that by.
We'll get into more details in the actual briefing notes.
And then also what we added was a benefit section. We thought that that was important as well, so that one looks at the recommendations, but then you also understand the benefits of the recommendation. And then the applicable to whom section, what we also did was we stated there who it mostly applies to, so who it directly applies to, and then also who it indirectly applies to. And then another item that we added was additional resources, and that's kind of like a reference tool as well. So during the recommendation, we'll refer to like the California Solar Permitting Guide book, and there's the latest link for people to click onto it and actually go and do it and read up on it. So, and then so we discussed all of that, and we're going to be discussing reinforcing them today, and then to move on to draft meeting summary agenda item number 5. So that's just to approve the or any changes on the draft meeting summary from November the 19th. Yeah, it's on page 2.
Right, meeting summary.
So are there any changes?
Is there a motion to approve meeting summary?
Make a motion.
Approve.
Second.
Second. Discussion. Any discussion, comments, changes? Second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Any opposed? Okay, we're good. Thank you. Excellent. So we're moving right along. Making great progress this morning. All right, so let's get into
There's parties to go to. There's parties to go to.
I know. I just got a text reminding me that I got to be out of here by 11:30.
You forgot that was easy button.
Thought you were going to go to John's with us.
What time?
11:30.
Oh. Maybe. Okay, briefing notes. I want to say a little bit more about the briefing notes. Well, actually, we didn't pass this out to everybody, and it's working on a template, a draft briefing note, and we don't want to put it up there yet because it's a work in progress. And I think today's discussion will learn a little bit more, but the purpose of having this template is something that is a tool for everybody in the committee to use in individual discussions. in there, say, hey, these are some of the questions you should be thinking about when it comes to, let's say, the recommendations or the objective, the issue statement, background, and just kind of like the big issue statement should be the what. What is the trying to solve? The background is the why. And then we added some other questions. So hopefully, by next week, we can hand out the email template to everybody. And again, it's a tool. It's not something that no, but then it'll something to guide the discussions, and then hopefully it'll speed up some of the discussions, and so we can get these briefing notes out a little bit quicker. So going to briefing note number 3, Paul mentioned the objective, and the objective is like a mini goal. We're seeing this objective is going to do something. It's do what? So briefing number 3 says facilitate the submission of correct and complete permitting applications into. So that's the objective of this briefing note, and we got to focus on specifically on the briefing note. It's not on 802188, the big 2188. So the objective is specific to the briefing note, and then the issue statement is the what. It should clearly and succinctly state the problem that is being resolved. It should be written in a way that can be clearly understood by a diverse customer base, and that's what Paul mentioned. Our customer base is huge. And also must be an issue that SEAC customers want to solve. So I've got to keep that in mind. If we're producing this product out there, there should be some type of demand for this product. And it's not just something that's nice to do and we're going to spend a lot of hours. So there's got to be some type of demand. And we can gauge that ourselves here. All of us are from representing so many different organizations and agencies that we should be able to gauge that. Okay, so put my glasses on. So we can start to dig in and go from there. So the objective, start at the top. Everybody has to available in front of them and get folks' feedback.
I have a question. I actually didn't return a completed thing because I thought this all looked really good. 3 and 4 both look good, and I didn't edit and provide an edited version. Because basically I really just had some questions to try to clarify a few things. So I saw you had your easy button on your desk. Do you also have a well that escalated quickly button? Anyway, so I'm looking at the word facilitate, and I'm wondering whether that's correct here, because it says that the objective of the briefing note is to facilitate the submission of correct and complete applications. Or are we really facilitating the submission of an application at all? It makes it sound like we're more involved with the application than what we're really trying to do here, and that is to just provide, the available tools and encouragement for the complete submissions. But I don't think that the briefing note is actually going to facilitate that. We're not involved in the submission process.
Don, this is John. I think it actually is correct, because it's not facilitating the submission. It's really facilitating a correct and complete. It's not. I would be more emphasis on the correct and complete, because it's not about how you submit to a jurisdiction. One comment I would make to you here, Hector, and I'm sorry I had not sent in an email early. I thought I had, and found that I had my draft email, but I hadn't sent it. I think you could get rid of the words "the objective of this briefing note is," because we already are looking at a briefing note and we're already titled objective. So yeah, I think you're loading up with words that are going to miss people are going to miss. So I just simply say it says objective to facilitate the submission of correct and complete expedited PV permitting applications and to review them in a timely manner.
Okay.
I don't think those words do anything. And that was for you, Pete.
Thank you. I have a comment too. After the word facilitate, I think the word "the" should be stricken. Uniform submission of correct and complete expedited PV permitting applications.
Uniform to what?
Keep everybody consistent with each other.
The struggle I would have with that is that what you're suggesting is that every installer is going to submit in the exact same way, and every jurisdiction is going to process in exactly the same way. And I'm not sure that we're going to necessarily get that particular uniformity, but I think that you're going to do, we're already going to do quite well if we can get with correct and complete to begin with.
And that was correct.
Let me go back and ask you folks, go back to what Sparky said. So this is to get people thinking. So you get people thinking that this briefing note will create uniform. Would that be a proper word to put in there? Just get people thinking, oh, if I do this way, then it's probably similar to the jurisdiction next to me, or to the installer, or to this other installer.
Ross, on the guidebook is supposed to make this uniform. Maybe 2180A. So this isn't just for AC 2180A applications. Is it all applications?
Oh,
this was for small PVs. Are we going to restrict all to show those though?
Yeah, the top.
So it is. So I guess uniform would be a good word to use then.
Yeah, exactly. We got to get people trying to stay consistent.
Exactly. So you get people thinking that direction.
I agree with Sparky. If you look at the current statuses and some of the key issues that we do go on in this briefing note to identify that inconsistent processes are creating confusion, all that, maybe instead of saying the objective of the uniform to create a uniform, maybe you could just make that and help create consistent processes or something to that manner. I don't know that you're going to do, I agree with John, you're probably not going to create a uniform thing, but you could create a consistent process, and maybe that could just be another line after the end or something.
How about you just put the word uniform in front of correct? Uniform, comma, correct and complete.
How's that sound, folks? So just put the word.
Just don't put ED after uniform.
Facilitate submission of uniform, correct, and complete.
Sounds good.
Okay, good. All right, that sounds real good. We're okay with this?
Aye.
No.
Yeah, good.
No, uniform.
Please get rid of ED from uniform, please.
Take off ED.
Okay, excellent. All right, so let's move on to the issue statement. Remember, the issue statement is the what?
I think this new format is good. It's an improvement. It'll probably help us to develop these things easier. My only, and I think this is all pretty good language. My only question on number 1 is the second sentence. Permit applications can be submitted incorrectly and incomplete, creating correction notices. I don't know how the rest of the group feels about this, but correction notices are something that we issue for field inspection.
Right. Very good.
And this has to do with plan submittal, plan review, or just obtaining the permit.
Exactly.
I don't know if that's appropriate for that.
Maybe we could just change
that would be plan review comments.
Yeah.
Delays or permit delays, something like that, delays.
I hate to do this. Hector, there's an English problem in the objective statement. It really should read.
Like to do this.
We're back to the objective.
Go ahead, John.
John, always living in the past.
Well, I couldn't get in an word edgewise. Get rid of the word. Get rid of the word to in front of the word review, and put the word of between review and them, because it's otherwise you have a sentence that reads one objective is to facilitate submission of this stuff, and the other is to review them. Really is you're to facilitate submission of them and review of them in a timely manner.
Okay, so take out the 2.
Get rid of the word to in front of the word review.
Okay.
And to be a real stickler, you should put a comma after the word correct, because the people at Harvard would just die if they saw that.
They would.
Do we have to have those?
Okay,
let's see, Grandma.
Wait, it is.
Okay, John, how does this read? Is that okay?
I think that word's better.
Excellent, thank you.
Do we need of them in there? Just a question. And review in a timely manner.
Oh yeah, good. So and review in time, and you can take the word of them right there.
And just another question is, should there be a comma after the word applications?
I don't think
I don't know.
Bacon and eggs. Not bake a comma and eggs.
Okay, so it's
what does Google say?
Yeah, it's a comma. It goes out.
Yeah, I don't think
Google says if it can stand as a sentence on its own, it can get a comma.
Okay, good. Back to the issue statement regarding, what's it? Okay, where are we?
Application. Hector,
one second. Permit application can be submitted correctly, incomplete, creating.
Not can be, are. Some are.
Yeah, are submitted. Good. Good catch.
Are submitted.
And creating correction notices. So that correction notice is during inspection, not during the permitting
correctly
process.
As far as correction notices, there's a couple terms you could replace. Request for correction, corrective action, request for information.
Correction letters, that's what we do.
Yeah.
For permits or for installation?
For applications.
Yeah, we issue comments.
Comments.
Yeah.
So
correction.
I like comment.
So comment, does that work? Instead of notice,
We don't make comment, we write letters.
Yeah, but the letter is a supervised.
It's actually written document that's given to the person, not just
correction.
Well,
the problem.
Our comments are you will apply.
So, but does your letter is your letter correction notice or your
correction letter?
What you said, correction letter.
Corrective item. Because you're gonna have a document, a plan check document, no matter what, whether you're approving or disapproving. So that there's requests for information or there's requests for comments from them in that plan check document, which is a letter.
How about just say creating correction?
Yep, I like that.
Yeah.
So I'm questioning the R after permit applications, because now what you're saying in that second sentence is that all permit applications, you could read this, all permit applications are submitted incorrectly.
Yeah, that's true.
I think you may want to say more like permit applications have been submitted incorrectly and incompletely.
Maybe.
Or something
or
like
permit
that.
permit applications which are submitted incorrectly and incomplete can create.
There you go.
That's even better. I like that.
Okay. Okay.
I have an issue with the last line because we're saying that
Wait. So let's finish that. Permit applications which are submitted blah 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 blah.
Incorrectly can create.
No. Just go to where she's highlighted thus resulting, and just change thus resulting to result.
Okay,
Yeah, you need to.
You guys are moving ahead of us here. Hang on a second, folks. Online, hang on. We got to go back to this. Okay, permit applications which are submitted incorrectly and incomplete.
Create.
Yeah.
Create what?
Correction comments are fine. Correction items.
Correction.
Yeah, that's
correct.
Mentioned to replace notices with comments.
Okay, so create, incomplete, create, comments.
It would be plan review comments.
Right.
Review comments.
Not correction comments.
Okay,
correct. It would be review comments.
Plan.
Just say create correction.
Create correction.
That's fine.
Okay, create corrections.
Get rid of the comments.
And notices.
Yeah.
There you go.
And the resubmission and review of applications. Okay, good.
So if I may, just a little bit more of that. Create corrections requiring resubmission and review of applications.
Okay. Yeah. And create corrections and requiring.
No. Incomplete. Create that permit stuff which are of that stuff. Create corrections require resubmission and review. So replace and the with that require.
All right, excellent.
Which and that in the same sentence?
Yeah.
Permit applications submitted incorrectly, which an R.
This is a camel.
Just get rid of that.
Hit the easy button.
Get rid of that and say require.
Permit application.
Take out that.
And then requiring.
Requiring.
Yeah,
Get rid of that and say requiring.
Yeah.
Create corrections.
Conjunction.
Create corrections requiring resubmission and review. And do that resubmission. Requiring resubmission.
Yeah. You could.
There it is. That's fine. Okay, good. All right, let's move on. Take the dust out.
Yeah, because that's kind of self-explanatory.
Okay, now.
Well, you could say this results. You could say this results in the inefficient use of time and resources.
Sure. Okay, this results in.
Yeah. It's a statement of fact.
Yeah, and I take out that last sentence.
I don't know if my job's inefficient.
So no, this last line, yeah, I don't agree. Yeah, I would just lose that whole thing because I don't agree it was the permit. We can't say it's the permitting process that's creating the problem. It's the incomplete applications which are creating the problem.
Okay, so permits which are submitted correctly and complete create corrections requiring submission. So the last sentence.
Also causes delays.
I'm sorry, what?
It also causes delays.
Causes delay in approval of the permit.
Causes delay
in the approval of the permit.
Okay, good. Causes delay in the approval of the permit. So,
why don't we just attach that last sentence to the previous one and get rid of this results in? And just say resulting in inefficient use of time.
Or delays in
approval.
In approval.
Permit approval. Because when I re-review it, it's not inefficient. But it's adding time to the process.
So permit applications which are submitted incorrectly and incomplete create corrections requiring submission resulting in delays in approval. Period.
Perfect.
You know, looking at that second sentence, it really is kind of goofy. If you really want to say it, is permit applications which are submitted incorrectly and incomplete require resubmission. Because the applications don't necessarily create corrections. The person who who's filing the application has to create corrections. So really, it's the permit application which are submitted incorrectly and completely require resubmission.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's true.
All right. So take that out. Create corrections. Okay. So it's getting much simpler.
More like a horse than a camel.
Right. Okay. So get that out.
Yeah, I don't think that's an obvious, so I don't think you need to say it. That's far better. Gosh, this is even looking more like a Pete Jackson document.
But we like to state the obvious.
Okay. All right. So we're good with mission statement.
Yes.
That they say they create plan review comments.
Okay. So permit applications which are submitted correctly and incomplete require submission resulting in delay in approval.
Should it be and or incomplete?
Yeah.
Slash or?
Slash or, yeah, because it makes it sound like you'd have to do both. There you go.
Or just
review comments require
or just a or.
Okay. Are we good here?
If incomplete, it is incorrect.
Okay, we're good. Let's go on to background. I love the pen not working. Okay, background. Permit processes vary widely across jurisdictions, creating confusion for permit application submitters. In addition, permit processes requirements are often misunderstood. Confusion and misunderstanding are creating caveats and often result in additional costs for both applicants and reviewers in the processing of permit applications.
I just learned a new word.
Sold.
So just a thought is that do also the permit requirements, if they're so complicated, actually take too much time to have to review unnecessary things or verify certain things? Just a question.
Can I make?
In other words,
Go on, John. John?
I'm good.
Okay.
Something I'm noticing in the last couple months, especially, I'm getting a lot of questions with the inspection committee and preparing this training. So I'm finding that I'm going online and looking at other cities' processes. And I'm finding a severe lack of information on their website. To me, that's a lack of transparency. So permitting processes vary wildly, and I think that the major issue is they're not giving the requirements nice and clear and crisp up on their website of what they need for permit submittal.
And that requirement is 2188.
Yeah, thank you, Sparky. That was kind of the point of what I was trying to say is that I think that sometimes people will ask for more information than what they really need, or they'll it's like that's superfluous information. Why are you bothering me with it? And why do you have to verify this, and this when all you need is a couple things?
Okay, so Sparky's comment is very specific regarding websites not having enough or accurate or just different information from one jurisdiction to another. So is that captured in the background? Is the information available to the public or to applicants or whoever? It's insufficient, it's not consistent. I'm just throwing words out there on websites, on AHA's websites.
Yeah, I think you need those qualifiers in a second sentence after the first one in background. Otherwise, people say, okay, so what if they vary widely? You know, what are some of the major issues that you see, Sparky, that you think is why they're, you know, is it problematic in that varying widely?
The biggest problem I'm seeing is actually the lack of information. They're just not being transparent. The information of what they're requiring isn't advertised. It's not known. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that they're being transparent. They're just not clearly defining the processes in advance for the applicant. So I mean, you could put it in here to say permitting processes vary widely across jurisdictions. Additionally, permitting processes which are not clearly defined create confusion for the permit application submitter.
There you go. Vary and are not defined.
Good. Okay, so let's capture that on here before we move on. So
You add that in the second sentence. Seconds. Just add at the second sentence are often misunderstood or not defined, not clearly defined.
Are often misunderstood or not clearly defined.
Yeah.
You're focusing on jurisdiction. What about installer? What about that? You know, they're part of this too.
I know the misunderstood is the part of the submitter, Mustafa, and the not clearly defined is the responsibility of the jurisdiction. So you've got both guys.
So it looks like it captures both, you know, public and private on that sentence.
No. It's just one way.
No.
Well, it may not be. It may be misunderstood by the applicant.
Exactly.
It may not be, or they may not be defined by the jurisdiction. 50-50.
Can we change
Well, I think if you just got rid of the misunderstood, because we already said that permitting process in the first line, we said permitting processes vary widely, which creates confusion for the submitters. I would say, in addition, permitting processes which are not clearly defined.
Yep, you're right.
Because otherwise you're just reiterating and then kind of putting it in the wrong spot, I think.
Okay, hey, let's hang on there, Don. Good. And then go back to the first sentence, Paul, and take out the word submitters. And say applicants, correct?
Yeah.
Permit applicants.
So I always think that if when something is overly complicated, it could be clearly defined, but it's just so much words. I mean, do you really want to spend your time? If I got to get out that permit, I'm not going to want to read all the instructions that go on forever and ever and ever. I want to read something that's succinct and clear for me. It may be clear that it's a long document. So I think that that's another thing to note. Overly complicated may be a point.
Okay, so let's put that all these different thoughts. In addition, permitting processes which are not clearly defined are often misunderstood. And then what's going on here?
We're not clearly defined. You can take those four words
The
out.
Department of Redundancy department down there.
Yeah, we're getting there. Okay, so are we capturing
or not? But I think you still missed the part that you will also have those that are overly complicated. They're clearly defined. They just are war and peace. Why do you want to read through war and peace?
You would have to put that after the word defined up above that line there. Put a comma and just say or are overly complicated are often misunderstood.
Okay, so in addition to perfect concepts which are not clearly defined or overly complicated.
Overly complex.
Or overly complex.
Thank you, Pete.
Or overly complex.
Let's be after defined follow.
Okay.
I haven't gotten around to it. And
in permitting processes which are not clearly defined.
So any
overly complex are often misunderstood. Okay, good. Then the confusion.
You got a problem with the wording there because you're saying they are not overly complex in that sentence. Because we're saying which are not clearly defined or overly complex. So you would have to say or are overly complex.
Right. Yeah, take off the ED of complex.
Yeah, I would take out the ED, but you also need to throw a R in front of overly, otherwise you're saying they're not overly complex in that sentence.
Or are overly complex. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, good. Okay, the confusion and misunderstandings are creating countless obstacles and additional costs for applicants and users. The processing of permit applications.
Yeah, but is the world going to know what TIMUS looks like means? Because they're going to wind up looking that up.
Okay, creating.
Yeah, I didn't know the word.
People here to look things up. So, what's a better word?
I did look up timeliness.
Well, TIMUS means that it's done in time or in a timely manner. It's creating obstacles to things being done in a timely manner. So wording, it looks correctly, but I mean, you could say delay or.
Well, I guess I wonder if you substitute the word timely, saying you're creating timely obstacles. And,
yeah, you're not creating timely obstacles. You are creating TIMUS obstacles, but I don't know that anybody's going to know what that means.
I almost wonder if we just take that word out and simplify things.
I would just say creating obstacles or creating delays, obstacles.
Delays.
You know.
Obstacles, comma, delays.
Additional.
Yeah. I like that better than. It was good wording, but it's you know 1%. The 1%ers get it.
I don't know that you need it.
Comma, delay. And delays.
You could probably put a period after delays and just lose the rest of the sentence.
Obstacles. Wait. Something else. Take that N out before delay.
How about just create obstacles and delays?
Yes.
Create delays.
The confusion and misunderstanding are creating obstacles, delays, and additional costs for both the applicants and reviewers. The process of permit application.
Well, the delays and additional costs are the obstacles, right? Do you need obstacles?
Take out obstacles.
You could stop it at delays. You could say the confusion and misunderstandings create obstacles and delays, period, and everybody knows that obstacles and delays create additional costs to applicants and reviewers.
Are creating delays. Do we need are creating, or can we just say create?
Well, there's nothing wrong with saying, well, nothing
Either
wrong
way.
with saying, yeah, there's nothing wrong. Okay. Yeah. Remember, we are sitting here in this room, we know what we're saying, and the public may not.
Because it's under background, it would be appropriate to say that they are creating because we're just defining the current condition.
Right. So, I feel that this is only targeted to building officials and inspectors and not including the installers. Okay, so how do you...
In other words, he's saying only looking on one side rather than both sides.
So let's go back a little bit. Permitting process vary widely across jurisdictions. creating confusion for permit applications. So you're saying this is only targeted at VIA, the jurisdictions that are having that confusion, not the lack of the submittals applications are an issue as well, that issue the address in here too. Okay, so capture that, okay? So so this is captures that permit processes are not clear defined, so that's on the HA side, or overly complex HA. Confusion with understanding. Okay, so is the confusion with understanding also from the applicant side? Right, so in the last sentence, you need to get down and add a sentence regarding the applicant or the so confusion and misunderstanding of applicant.
Why don't you just end it at costs? The confusion and misunderstandings are creating delays, resulting in additional costs for everybody, but you could just end it at costs. And as far as the AHJs and the installer, the AHJ is creating the confusion, and the installer has the misunderstanding.
Okay, so
sorry, Mustafa.
No. Okay, so Mustafa, give us the language up there.
Yeah, I like it like that. I think that's good. I don't know. I agree with it either way.
Hang on. So besides after the overly complex, I feel we should spread down the.
After complex, you can add your other statement to the top of it.
Missing something. The condition permitting process which are not clearly defined or overly complex. Yes, it is missing something. Create delay.
And when permit applicants don't utilize information that's available,
okay, you guys.
That's after complex.
Okay, so
complex.
It has to be in the first sentence.
Yeah.
Not separate sentence by itself. It has to be embedded in the first sentence.
Okay, hang on a second. A couple things going on. We're discussing finish second sentence.
Just replace the word the with create.
So put a comma after applicants in the first sentence, and then add
I wouldn't even do that.
about the applicant.
Go ahead. I think if you just replace the word the after complex and just put in the word create, you'd have it. It says you'd say permitting processes which are not clearly defined or overly complex create confusion and misunderstandings, creating delays, resulting in delays and additional costs. There you go. So just lose the word the and just say lose the periods and just say create confusion and misunderstandings, resulting in delays and additional costs to both the applicant, blah, blah.
Okay, no comments for now. Let's just get that. Create.
I'd like to buy an R, Vanna.
Confusion and misunderstanding, which result. Resulting. You're okay, Paul. Take that out. Paul,
Yeah, leave that there.
Resulting in delays and additional costs.
Yeah, there you go.
I think resulting in. Take R out.
Well, then I would say that that's not factory wiring if they're installing it in the field, right?
Resulting in additional costs for both the applicant and the reviewers. Period.
But that's not factory wiring if they're installing it in the field, according to John.
Okay, so let's go back to the comments.
Got that, Alan. I like it.
Okay, you guys have a suggestion? We have a suggestion, but right now, I got to put it together. Right now, it's only
Process very.
There's only. Okay, so any suggestions?
Let's
put a comment on the background. The Mustafa Messiah are going to add an additional sentence regarding.
Whoa. The manufacturer's rep. The manufacturer's out there doing this. This is a garden variety switchboard, right?
No, he's not on mute.
He's on the phone with someone else.
Can you guys?
You guys got to mute John.
Hey, John.
John, you're multitasking.
Actually, we have 4 elements that cause confusion: testing agency, manufacturer, applicant, and inspection.
But remember, this is regarding a permit application. This is regarding a permit application. Okay,
Well, it's presumed that the confusion is on the part of everybody.
Right.
We need to call that out.
But I'm saying we figure out a way to incorporate the concept.
Yeah, the way it's written, when you say permitting process, who goes through the permitting process? Usually jurisdictions are you fall from that language.
Right.
I just don't want this to get up there and say, well, we people, we get people a delay. I don't want that. That's
well, once we go through this, then all of us send it out. And you guys have time to think about it and put the appropriate language on here. So then we'll send it out for everybody so everybody will see it.
Right.
Okay?
And number one issue statement kind of points more to the applicant. If you notice that. Permit
there's that balance.
Incorrectly or incorrectly. Right. Well, maybe that should be incorporated.
Yeah. But expert complete expert TV that becomes up. So the first is the applicant, right?
Well, somehow what I'm suggesting is what you're saying should be captured from the issue statement and put in background as well. Yeah. So then we just be repeating the issue statement.
We'll have to incorporate.
Okay, so we'll get your comments later, think about it. Just go on to current status.
Looks like you got an additional space between create and confusion.
Okay, so current status. First one is the fact regarding AB 2188. And second sentence, SEAC providing practices and innovative methods to improve, develop, and find AB 2187 permitting processes for jurisdictions and installers. Are those sentences okay? Without getting into
Since it's in the past, probably not. Because we're saying they are mandated, but as of September 3rd, California jurisdictions are mandated by the state to adopt. That sounds like something they're going to have to do in the future.
How about since?
We're mandated.
Currently.
Yeah, I would say we're mandated.
We're mandated.
Okay, good.
How about since September 30th? Either way.
Yeah.
All right, so this hopefully we can get some current status really quickly. How's it look, everybody? Okay, good. Key considerations.
I don't think you want since in the word. If you can do since, you'd want have been. Otherwise, go back to as of, yeah.
As of.
Yeah, I like the as of better too.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so key considerations. So what should be taken into consideration for those who want to implement this briefing note? Who are the customers who benefit? Will there be any impact to the users of this product, of this briefing note? I'm just throwing stuff out there. So let's read it. So right now, California Reaching Climate Energy Goals, SEAC has conducted research and has identified the following for mandates.
You got to get rid of one.
Right after and, strike that has.
Yeah. And
Conduct research and identified.
And identified. Okay, cool. The cat out. AB 21 requires expedited permitting. And the guidebook is there as a reference. Not just a reference. Cool. Going down, take a bullet. Solar Rights Act. And then economic factors, such as financial incentives, deadlines, state logo, rebates, post-tax credits.
On the AB 2188, technically, AB 2188 requires all California jurisdictions to adopt an ordinance which creates a streamlined process. There is no streamlined permitting process which you can just adopt. So they would have to adopt an ordinance which creates, or creating. To create, yeah, an ordinance to create a streamlined permitting process.
Okay.
And it would be in substantial conformance with the most recent version of the California Permitting Guidebook, technically, because there are two.
Okay, so these are key things. Are there anything, when we look at consideration, you look at...
I would take into consideration that the net metering and ITC factors that we're not mentioning at all. Those are going to be driving forces too now, that are going to continue to drive permitting.
That's the last bullet, bullet point 3.
Yeah, NEM 2.0 and ITC extensions.
Yeah,
except NEM 2.0 doesn't kick in until 2019, but the extension of the stuff.
Well, technically, NEM 2.0 kicks in within the next 2 months.
Oh, okay.
So maybe what's missing here is just NEM, right?
No, you've got a drug there. It's a utility rate changes.
Okay,
which is what we're talking about.
All right, excellent. Okay, so we're okay with this section. Let's go to recommendations. This is the meat right here. The whole pie, important part. Pressure's on. I want to make a general comment. And let me see which is a good one. Okay, if we look at number 3, one of the recommendations was the development and use of a guideline for expedited permit process application for applicants, et cetera. So when I read this, one of the things initially on, we were thinking about these briefing notes, is that these briefing notes are complete and full, that somebody doesn't need to go outside the briefing notes to implement it. So when it mentions a guideline, it kind of leaves somebody thinking, where is this guideline? Who's going to prepare this guideline? And so they're going to be looking for this, and so it kind of leaves people guessing, where do I go? I would strike it. I would strike that. Well, okay, I'm not saying strike it. I want to hear from others.
Well, there is a guidebook out there for this very purpose already.
Okay, so that's
we should point to that if we haven't.
So that's a general comment. I think we'll also say something different on your online media application software. Put out a Paul.
If anything, it would be regional standards.
Right. So training, the development of guidelines. Check. Okay. Number 2 also. This is the guidelines, checklist, and standards. So again, what was originally worded is, okay, what is this standard plan? So it's all. So are we saying here, if we reference everybody back to the guidelines, then we're good? Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Guidebook. Okay, so let's go through this with those thoughts in mind. So we go number 1, use of an online TV application software that is compliant.
I don't like the word "n," and that's what Google's got that underlined for, is because when you put in the word software, it kind of pluralizes it. Unless you put software tool or software program to just end with the word software, it kind of creates a pluralization that doesn't want you to use the word "an online PV process." It wants you to say use of online PV application software, or you would have to say use of an online PV application software tool or program, if you're going to leave the word "an" in there, I believe, for proper terminology.
Okay, so take the word "an" out. That sounds good.
That's why Google had it underlined green, I would imagine. That's the only thing I could think of, is because of the term software pluralizes that sentence a little bit.
Okay, so use an online TV application software that is in compliance. Is there such a thing?
Well, I guess one could argue that PV permit design would be, I don't know if in compliance is the proper term, but it certainly is developed around AB 2188.
Okay?
Yeah, that may,
So one of the questions I have is, the online PV application software means what? You're going to be doing time check, or they're going to be submitting documentation? So we need to define, because that has to be defined on online PV application.
So you want to define what that is?
Yeah.
Online application software is.
Or you want to say use of an online TV permitting process.
Okay, that sounds pretty good.
That clarifies the rest of it, because
And that goes to what your city has.
that's basically right.
Okay, so use of an online permitting software.
Well, that's what we have.
You don't need
We
to
have
follow
that too,
software.
except they do time check. We accept electronically, and you accept facts as well.
All right, so what we're really talking about is an application that does the permit, that does the plan, first plan for you, basically.
But what I was trying to point out is it doesn't have to be a software, as what Mustafa said. So if you say use an online PV permitting process, it can be any of the means of tools available online to the customer.
Well, one way you can clarify this is say computer-based. That's the term that ABSUB uses to clarify. So that because it may not be quote unquote online, it might still be developed through software and delivered to the planning department. But it's computer-based in terms of the preparation of it. Sometimes the transmission of that.
But aren't we trying to get things automated, and that's kind of key, and the only thing that's going to do that is
by
software.
2188 technically.
But that is different.
There's two different things here. There's what mandated by AB 2188, and there's what permit design is doing, and other companies are doing. The automate everything. Yeah. Plan checking.
That's different.
So I believe that this briefing note is pointing to the automated plan.
Well, and realize too that the PV permit design can be used without it ever having any online component whatsoever. It could actually print out the documents that you would hand deliver. So it is a computer-based software tool that is used for the purpose of developing that permit application, whether it be transmitted to the building official online or hand delivered in a printed package.
And computer-based would capture online as well.
That's the reason why we use that term.
Either.
So how do you capture the permitting components that AB 2188 and then what these companies are trying to do with the automatic plan checking?
So AB
2188
says that every jurisdiction should be able to do electronically. Are we talking about AB 2188 that it has a way of accepting documents electronically? That's what we're trying to capture.
No, go back to the issue statement. Go right back up. Okay? So what's number 3? Permit requirements and processes can be pledged. Permit application which is submitted correctly in order to complete required submission. So go back. What is the recommendation then? If you look at the decision statement, how do you resolve that?
I agree to what we're trying to achieve here, but I think the statement is going to be confusing. Anybody just pick the document up, not knowing what's going on. You won't be able to reach that number 1 and trying to understand that there is the software out there that actually could do plan check. Should we answer that? Yeah.
Doesn't the term software kind of allude to both a computer-based program and an online program, and you could just say using PV permitting process software tools, and then you're both happy?
Well, I think what Mustafa trying to capture, there's two things here. There's what's required by AB 2188, which you have the kind of electronic processing of applications. That's the application itself. And then something totally different is something that actually prepares your plan for you.
Yeah, you want to encapsulate both of them?
Well, but you don't, a jurisdiction electronic submission can mean a fax machine. So we don't want to tell people that they have to use the online.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
We don't want to make them think that's part of the code.
So you should say electronic submittal process or something like that.
Well, we can capture just the computer-based one here. That's fine.
Or in addition.
Why don't you just say use of electronic application software?
I just don't want to make people think they have to use that software to be in compliance.
Exactly.
Right. So I think we just have to refer to both electronic and online permit process. So leave the rest alone and just that in the background, and then it's just what it is anyway.
So yeah, the online permit submission, I don't know the right word, permit application process that jurisdictions are supposed to make available as a requirement of 2188, and then you have separately the software or application that automates the preparation of plans.
Right. Can we just, your first one, can we put down use of online PV application software plan check? We need to define that to be able to separate it. We got to bring that plan check in there.
Yeah, because then the briefing note is the whole purpose is to guide people to the other tools out there available.
Because sometimes they can be both. You can plan check permit, it could be just plan check. So it can vary. So
you can make this as 2 separate recommendations. computer-based applications that provide for the preparation of plans. Preparation of plans is middle for review and approval.
But we are trying to encourage permit applications via automated software.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the intent. We want to encourage that. The others are a fallback.
And let's recognize the fact that the software to do this is still relatively new.
Right.
So I'm hesitant to
encourage the development of it.
I would agree. And you know, my feeling is that it shouldn't be terribly difficult for us to phrase this in a way that captures both the building department's responsibility and then the third-party software that prepares the application.
I like these third-party software.
Yeah, but at the same time, what is
I have a point real quick. If you look down at the bottom of that, if you look down at the bottom of part 1, it says the following online PV applications are available. So this bullet point is just intended to say we recommend using an online program, and at the end of it, we're going to say here are the PV applications that are available. So clearly, this bullet is intended to say that we're recommending that you use an online PV application, and here they are. And if we want to do that other stuff that we're arguing about, let's just create another point to say you have to do it electronically or use these computer programs or whatever this whole argument's about. But I think this bullet point is intended to recommend the use of an online program and to provide a link to those programs that are available. So we're getting way off track on that point.
I think it's odd to say optional encouragement. I have no idea what optional encouragement really means. I would
lose optional.
If anything, I would say consider the use of a computer-based, because again, I agree with Don. These are recommendations. This is not mandate. This is just, hey, if you want to make it better, here's some recommendations on how to make it better. In fact,
and since it's recommendation number 1, we could say SEAC recommends the use of it, and then additionally, boom, 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 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But this is number 1, our number 1 recommendation. You could start that off with SEAC recommends the use of available online permitting processes, and here they are.
Paula, could you scroll just a little bit so we could see the starting sentence of that just before that? Just a skosh. There we go. Perfect. Thanks.
Okay, consider the use. Let's put that on there for now. Consider the use. Hang on. Don't do anything else right now. Hang on. Don?
Don?
Steve.
Yes.
No. He already had. The other Don. He already had it 15 minutes.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think we need to narrow the scope of number 1, and this is in support of what both Don and John just said. We don't need to go back in and restate what AB 2188 requires. That's not the point of this document. So we don't need to say AB 2188 requires you to have computer-based submission. That's already part of it. We're already telling people you have to meet that. We're trying to give them additional tools and point them in directions that aid them. So I don't think we have to worry about restating what's in AB 2188 and those requirements. We're saying, hey, there's computer-based or online processes available, and here they are.
But yeah, I don't want to make this thing bigger than what it is, but I just want to say that, for example, when they submit an application to the town, they could either do it over the counter from 7 to 11 in the morning, they're lined up upstairs right now, or they could do it electronically. But it has to be separate.
So when you go back to the issue that we're trying to resolve, go back one more time. Go back up.
And one other thing that when you're talking about that recommendation thing that I keep on seeing, and then it goes away right above item 1. Excuse me, above the first recommendation, is that we say SEAC has identified the following recommended practices. I would just say simply SEAC recommends the following practices. I don't.
John, we like.
They recommend the following practices. Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good. So, but let's get back in what Steve said. We don't have to rephrase everything that AB 2188 because that's the law.
That's the law. Yeah.
That's the law.
We're not restating the whole book here.
Right. And the law says you have all these different options. Okay. And especially to assure comments. It could be over the counter, it could be fax, it could be email, This recommendation say, hey folks, here's another option for you to consider.
they may not be aware of.
They may not be aware of. Very good. So, Paula, so going back to number 1, so this is an option for folks to consider. AB 2188 already states this is a totally different thing. This is an additional tool that you may not be aware of. So consider the use.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Consider the use of computer base. I mean, this is where we got to kind of define what that is. What that is.
So why can't
third party? That's good.
Why can't we just lose the term that is in compliance with AB 2188 and just say consider the use of computer-based third-party online PV permitting processes which automate the toolkits provided in the California Permitting Guidebook? And because there is no software that's going to be in compliance with AB 2188, it's kind of a weird term.
It is. Okay, that sounds good.
And I would just go from there to lose everything from there to automate.
One at a time. Okay, Paul, let's see if we can capture that part here.
Yeah, software is not in compliance.
Okay.
Bam. Yeah, there's no software.
Online PV permitting software. Online PV permitting software, which automates.
Yeah, or software or program or something like that. I agree. You should have online permitting process or online permitting software.
Hang on, I'll get to you in a second. Let's see this part, and then we'll go. I think I can get off the word online. There's no benefit to it. Okay. It may not be online. All right, so let's before I get to done, let's just read this real quick. Consider the use of computer-based third-party permitting process. Permitting software. Pick the process out.
You can also say application software, permit application software. That's really what it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Okay. Now we have, okay, good.
Right.
Permit.
Yeah.
Permitting.
Lose ing from permit. Thank you.
Okay, good. Which automates the toolkits provided in the guidebook. Okay, and then so now before we move on, Basan, any comments?
S is not needed after permit.
Lose the S2, Paula.
First things first. As far as third party, it can't be in-house. Why does it have to be third party?
Yeah, like your in-house.
Exactly. Okay, so how do we do
Number
that?
2, just get rid of the word third party.
Yeah.
Agree.
It doesn't have to be third party.
And then imply that consider use of an approved computer base. That way, imply that if it is third party, it's something that you have approved as jurisdiction.
And that would have to happen. That's correct.
Okay, that works?
Yeah. So put the word approved before computer base.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so now
address the both.
That captures 2188 too.
So then
Put a hyphen between computer and based. It's bothering me.
on the computer, put a hyphen right there.
Is there any non-computer based application software?
Yeah, but kind of by definition.
Therefore, we
any software that's just it just doesn't work.
If it's software,
kind of encompass it all.
Software ever not computer based.
I think the word software kind of ties it all in, that it's computer based of some sort.
get rid of computer based, but software by definition is computer based.
Like we're
all right, so securely use of approved permit application software, which automates the toolkit provided in California, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so then what I'm going to add a sentence later on, we don't have to worry about it now, that refers to the website. Is that good? Okay, all right, let's go to number 2. Are we happy with number 1?
Yes.
Paul, you can add that later, that refers to the website. So now, okay, number 2, the use of the checklist and standard plans. Okay, somebody clarify this.
Checklist and standard plan.
Yeah, in fact, wait a minute. On item 1, could we just drop the following online applications are available list of details and just say, just have the reference to the SEAC website, refer to the SEAC website for the latest available software?
Okay. So take out number 1. Paula, take out.
So who's approving the software?
The term approved, according to the National Electrical Code, it means acceptable to the authority having jurisdiction, Craig. So it's the AHJ.
Right. So
you could put AHJ approved.
So if we
local AHJ.
Software approved, or is the software, if it prints out a permit application that's compliant with the objectives of AB 2188, would that not be acceptable to every jurisdiction?
No, for example,
No.
and some will work with the rest of our software. That is flexibility there.
No,
Only the jurisdiction gets to decide what's acceptable to the jurisdiction.
Software that uses for Title 24 capital, it has to be approved by.
I see. Okay.
So just to follow up on what I was saying is after the CSPG, I think you could lose the following online PV applications. Well, or excuse me, just say refer to the SEAC website for available PV software.
Yeah, that way you don't have to change the document if you want to add somebody onto the list.
Yeah,
because the SEAC website will.
Right, for currently available PV software. We're not saying it's good, bad, or indifferent. We're just saying this is what's available.
Okay.
Because I don't want to be in the business of vetting. I don't think SEAC should be in the business of vetting every single software.
Correct. Okay, so let's go to number 2. Can somebody clarify what we're talking about number 2?
Does the proof come out?
No.
No, it's very important.
All right, go to number 2. Whoa. Use guidebook, checklist, standard plan.
Can we spell out the CSG?
I believe it's done earlier.
It's spelled out in item 1 right above that.
Number one. Number one.
And I don't.
If you scroll up, it's right above it on number 1.
If you're looking at different number one.
Which number 1?
It says right here.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Okay, good. Now,
I beat you to that one.
What are we supposed to do with number 2? So SEAC recommends the use of the guidebook checklist standard plan.
Again, we're quoting, right? That the rest of that is just a direct quote right out of the guidebook. I mean, do you really need anything beyond we are recommending the use of CSGB standard plans?
And period.
Period.
I agree.
Marky says that sounds good. Anybody else? Hold on. So as the plan for a period, delete everything else.
Nope. The jurisdiction already knows they get to create their own.
Okay, the reason why this was included was because Don mentioned that a lot don't know where to find these checklists and plans, and that's why it's down in the jurisdiction here.
So actually, again, it's going back to
inform them.
Okay, so where are the checklists and plans? And you're pointing them to where they are.
Yeah, okay. Plans may not necessarily be. There may be each jurisdiction has their own plan, or it could be one they use one by the state, different places. How would you even do that?
But this is referring to the guidebook. This is what this is doing, correct?
Right. So why not just stop right where they can send plan?
Well, you could. I would elaborate a little bit. If you look down at the last line and it says these details can be found on the jurisdiction's website, that's kind of a statement that's not true. But we could say that these details should be made available on the jurisdiction's website. So we're recommending the use of the CSPG checklist and standard plans and making those available on the jurisdiction's website. It would be at the end of that whole sentence, I would think.
So basically, if I'm reading this, what then we would be encouraging is we would be saying, don't make any changes whatsoever to those checklists and standard plans, right?
We're just not making that statement. They can do that if they familiarize themselves with AB 2188. Then they can say, hey, you know what? I can create this custom streamlined process. We're recommending that they use the checklists and standard plans out of the guidebooks because that's going to create a consistency. And we should also recommend that they post that on their website.
Okay,
so I would just lose everything in between. I'd lose everything after plan and just write these details should be made available on the website and lose everything in between. Because we're saying they can create their own process.
Okay, I'm hearing.
That's not a recommendation that we're making. We're making a recommendation that use the standard plans to create a consistent process here.
I understand, but
I would say.
So do you want to say that any? Do you want to be middle of the road to say any modifications need to be clear, or I mean something that would get to that point? Because invariably, you know darn well that there's 453 jurisdictions, and there's going to be 453 different versions.
Right. But we're not making I don't think we should make that. This is a recommendation. And I don't think that sentence that's all in blue right there, that's not a recommendation. That's just a statement. That's a quote out of the book, and we certainly shouldn't make it a recommendation.
Right. But
and you could, yeah, I agree. If you want to put that up there, then I would say that. I would say deviations from the checklist and standard plan should also be made available.
Yes. The recommendation needs to be that they need to take it. They need to think out why they're making those modifications.
Right.
Okay. Hey guys,
this is Chris. Just as a sanity check, we're wordsmithing this to death to the point that no one that reads it, they're just going to assume that they need to go check and use software. We're really getting in the weeds.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Just my 2 cents here. Write software and let them interpret it how they want.
Agreed.
Okay.
I think you can get rid of the word "of" after use, because it's the recommendation is use the checklist and standard plan.
Use the checklist and standard plan. Anything else? And delete everything in the middle.
I would lose everything, all that right there in the middle. Yeah, all the way from even to refer to additional resources.
Right. Refer to 2188.
Well, take all that out, and what Paul's trying to do is tell people where to find the guidebook.
So the additional resources here are here at the end of the document.
Okay.
I'm just referring them to that.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so I have 5 minutes. Paul's going to take over. Good luck. So number 2, we can play around a little bit, but a little bit more. But let's go to number 3. Ready?
Thank you. After SEAC, the word SEAC, where it says in consultation with its members, I would get rid of in consultation with its members, because that's what SEAC is a bunch of members. And I'd just simply say SEAC will be creating a working group involving jurisdictions, involving HJs and installers, because I think it's a good thing to note that the working group is going to have people that actually know what they're talking about.
Okay, so SEAC will be creating a working group of HJs and installers.
Exactly.
Well, who will get this working group? Or you can just say SEAC will be developing the guidelines. Think I will be creating a working group. SEAC, so SEAC will be developing the guidelines and aims to push these details and bring them down.
Yeah, you could just say simply SEAC will be developing a guideline. That's perfect.
Okay. All right. So the development and use of a guideline for expediting permitting process documentation for jurisdictions clearly inform applicants of all the documentation supporting the documentation. Okay. That needs clarification. And for my benefit, what is the guideline? Because we don't work on this. Somebody tell me what the guidelines are. Can somebody tell me? The folks that worked on this. Well, to be uniform. We'll talk about what is this number 3? What is this guideline that SEAC is going to develop? What is this?
Well, is it that also the guideline is the guideline for the people that are submitting for the permit, or is the guideline for people that are developing a permit process, or both?
Well, it's a guideline that refers to the first half of that sentence. It says the development and use of a guideline for expedited permitting process documentation for jurisdictions to clearly inform it. SEAC will be developing such guideline or said guideline or an expedited permitting process recommendation guideline.
The guideline that says use the state guideline.
But it's referring to the guideline that we mentioned in the first line. And I still have a problem with part 2. I think that if we're going to say refer to additional resources 3, it should go after at the end of that whole sentence. Otherwise, it looks like we're saying that these details should be found on the jurisdiction's website, and it's kind of very confusing to me to read that part 2 right there.
It's
Mustafa and I, we have to go, so Paula will take over, and just want to wish you guys, if I don't hear from you between now and our next meeting, best holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and everything else. And yes, Paul?
Sorry, Sunny just asked, I have comments about the 22nd Street update the staff has provided. Could we come back to that before the end of the week?
Well, how about this? We'll provide an update. We'll have to provide an update by email. If whatever question he had, send it to us. Okay? So, folks, thanks to all of you. Thank you for your tremendous work this year. Okay, thank you. Merry Christmas.
Bye, Hector.
Paula, then
see you guys.
I'm going to ask Paula, the development and use of a guideline, I think you could drop the words for expedited permitting process documentation for, actually leave one of the 4. So it just reads, the development and use of a guideline for jurisdictions that clearly inform applicants of all the documentation and supporting documentation required to be submitted. You don't need to say, yeah, there you go.
That's plainer. You're getting there. Guidelines, jurisdictions.
I'm trying to beat Pete on how many words I can drop.
The development.
I want to add words. I'm still stuck on 2. I think that we should say should be made available on the jurisdiction's website instead of should be found on the jurisdiction's website. I'm trying to add words here. I'm sorry, guys. See where it says these details should be found on the jurisdiction's website? I think that should be these details should be made available. Anybody?
I think that's reasonable.
If it'll get us beyond that. On number 3, you don't need all the documentation and supporting documentation.
Actually, Don, if I'm going to add words,
I agree with you, Don.
Don, if you can add words,
Installers are used to requiring both, though. We have to provide it documentation and the supporting docs.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're trying to get rid of.
Just strike the word supporting documentation.
You kill 1 redwood for every PV permit applied for.
Right.
We're trying to put the briefing note here.
Don, I think you should say the details should be clear and made available. Just because they're made available doesn't mean that they're any good.
That's true. Seen a few bad ones.
Should be made available on the website.
There you go.
Don't we have to do that?
Yeah.
On number 3, just remove in the second line and supporting documentation.
And that's not implied that it should be clear?
I think the problem is, the reality is, it's not clear.
If you can G-chat. No.
Don't forget to breathe. I
think that's too much
Well, and it's not just all the documentation required to be submitted. It's also how to submit, isn't it? You don't want to tell them, hey, these are all the documents you got to provide, but
required and how to be submitted.
How to use that damn software to begin with?
I don't know what that. Concept's good.
And maybe you could say how to submit it. That might be more clear. Yeah. Where's that easy part? You took it with them. Yeah, well, this page is going to bog down now, right? Okay, number 4.
Can we put a method of submission instead of how to submit?
Is there a bulletin that covers submittal requirements?
And the method of how?
And method of, is that separate from the guidebook?
There is. It's in the guidebook.
One of the toolkits, I
But
believe.
it's called a bulletin rather than just being called toolkit. I'm just thinking that
The toolkit 3 is a bulletin, something like that.
Is it really?
I believe so.
Generally, you think of bulletin is something that comes out after the document.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong.
It's state.
All right.
I'd have to see it. It's really clean.
Alright, so number 4, training jurisdictions in the use of submission requirements, utility document 1 and eligibility checklist document number 2. This is provided by the CEAC and found X and then it's URL.
I like it.
For applicants and jurisdictions and use of that.
All right. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Number 5, the Christmas miracle.
You want our party?
All right, and then number 5, use of the SEAC website as the information resource for the industry. SEAC publishes all briefing notes on its website to further assist industry on common issues, history, and found X, and then list URL.
Straightforward. I love that you do, Paul, is you're hiding the above one.
Good
strategy. Can't go back. Amen.
Don't worry, Don's looking at him anyway.
Number 5 looks good to me.
It'll still come back.
Number 6.
Increased communication.
Increased communication between all jurisdictions to decrease TV permit application inconsistencies, participation in local organization meetings. Wait, we're going to put such as.
Increased communication. Increase
So
to
we're just
decrease.
encouraging jurisdictions to talk about what they're doing to promote consistency.
Sure. Yeah.
Increased actually makes it sound like there's some current communication between all jurisdictions. Do we want to create? Do we want to establish communication between all jurisdictions?
There is communication.
Yeah, we're giving it the benefit of the
Remote
doubt here.
communication.
All right, good. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's good. You're never going to get all of them. There's still that one jurisdiction in the state of California that has 0 solar installations. I think there's like 82 zip codes in the state that still don't have it.
Really?
I saw the statistic.
Wow.
We were wondering, it's like up by Reno area or something.
We should target those. Yeah, all 10 people live there probably.
All right, and then the benefit section. It just says, all right. Okay. So benefit section. The benefits of the above recommendations will aid in achieving a successful implementation and adoption of AB 2188 expedited permitting process. The recommendations will significantly simplify, reduce human error, improve consistency and standardization, permit application process, and decrease application review time. As a result, this will help reduce soft costs, increase customer satisfaction, and improve timely and cost-effective installation of solar energy systems. In addition, the successful adoption of expedited permitting will help the state of California reach its clean energy and environmental goals to improve our community.
One quick question, and I always see this referred to in 2 separate ways, but AB 2188 expedited permitting process, is that the official? I've seen streamlined and expedited. What is the official?
I think it says streamlined.
I've used streamlined mostly, so I'm not sure if expedited is.
Well, I put that in because we're referring to expedited TV.
And expedited.
Streamline that.
It is in the guidebook. It uses that term.
Well, you might even just take it out.
Yeah.
2188 permitting process at this stage because we've referred to it a number of times.
Yeah.
Is the term the benefits of a little redundant since it's listed under benefits? Should we just start off the above recommendations will aid in? I mean, it seems redundant.
Called benefits.
Yeah, just remove the first 3 words, the benefits of.
Okay, and then number 7, applicable to whom?
Everybody.
That applies to every one of these.
AHJ, and permit reviewers then the implementation of these recommendations would also benefit fire departments, manufacturers, safety certification authorities, utilities, and homeowners.
It'll benefit the entire world when we proliferate solar everywhere, so everybody benefits. Just put everybody.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if we want to list who is also going to benefit, then that gets kind of open-ended. I mean, I guess what's the intent of the applicable to whom section? Is that more geared towards who is going to have to kind of change their ways on things, or is it also supposed to include who's going to benefit from it? Just a scope question.
I think the word also should be get rid of.
Well, maybe the way that we could address this is taking applicable to whom and putting it earlier in the briefing note, because that way it'll highlight for folks when they first start reading it, is this relevant to me and the job that I do. I like that.
Actually, this isn't under benefits. This is applicable to whom. So the document itself is applicable to the following people. We would have had to go back up above under item 6 under benefits to say who will benefit. So it's not saying who will benefit. It's saying who is this recommendations applicable to. So it's correct as it's put. And the implementation part in the yellow, I don't see how that should be in there, because that's a benefit and it's not an applicability. We put that down, will also benefit. So somehow we need to either take that out or create a section of who's going to benefit from it, and that would be everybody. So I would take out all the yellow stuff.
Put that as number 6.
Yeah, that's what I was going to just.
And then take number 7, the first step there, and put that earlier in the briefing note, so that when I assume that many people that might read this would appreciate knowing, is this even relevant to my job function? And if we put that early in the briefing note, that will filter out whether or not they have to pay attention to it. Just an idea.
Yeah. My only question on applicable to whom is we're always going to use the same laundry list on every one of these.
Is that, are we?
I mean, we pretty much have installers and inspectors and no one heard.
So all briefing notes, I guess, would have that same statement in essence.
Yeah, we can put it in there. I just don't know that it's all that valuable. It's always the same people.
And I think, didn't Hector mention this was a recent addition to the template?
One I just say the recommendation
We've always had applicable to whom. We just added would also benefit. I know I spoke to John about it as well. We're just trying to expand that it's not just
well, and in fact, to Pete's point, on the next item number 4, the list is slightly different. So,
do we have to pick though?
Pardon me?
Do we have to pick? Can't the people that are reading the document decide?
Well,
are we saying you get that well, this guy, but not that one? Maybe they, you know.
Yeah, I know Hector mentioned this as a new section they added just to, I guess, make it clear up front to folks that were reading this, you know, if you should pay attention to this.
Yeah.
So in my mind, I'm not opposed to that. I like it. And again, if you look at issue 4 in number 7, it then applies to just shade designers and installers, where item number 3 applicable is to plan and permit reviewers. So it's a different audience.
Yeah, true.
At least in the way that you phrase
it. I think the best way to run it is to say the recommendation would apply to all involved parties in terms of process. Leave it blank. That means anyone who is involved, it could be manufacturer.
Yes.
Is there benefit though using the terminology that was in here that say it mostly applies to? I think that the idea again was to highlight that group of individuals that might be most affected by this. I'm not sure if it really matters.
Not really. We're trying to emphasize that who's going to actually get the benefit of this whole process, not necessarily individuals.
Well, I'm okay with it as is, but you know, maybe putting the benefits in there and then consult with Hector to see if this is something we want to put earlier in the section or put it in there at all. I'm okay with putting it in there.
But maybe your recommendations in here are mostly applicable to AHJ and schools.
And I personally see value to that, but
I think it's fine as it is. I don't have a heartache over it.
I would just put what it would apply to. Want the other part, that's fine.
Okay, all right. And then the disclaimer is pretty straightforward, and then we've added in additional resources there that my colleagues can be aware of AB 2188. So yeah, they can do that about it. And then the California government code that talks about installation. And then California solar permitting guidebook, and then solar ITEC as well.
Is it worth putting in, like, Senate Bill 1222, which talks about permitting costs, or is that kind of off track? I think at least there was a conscious decision to not to just focus on AB 2188. I know that was a topic of conversation early in the process.
Will and substitute with two.
Although I would be supportive of highlighting that issue because I know there are some building departments that aren't. Yeah, I'm just honoring the spirit of permitting. Right. She just wondered if we could put it in as a reference here. Yeah, right. Because it's another piece of legislation. You know, that's not a bad.
Something that should have been brought up at some point. Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to talk about it in the briefing, though. You know, but if we had it in there as a reference, that's a good discussion, Paul. And what Jim was proposing is that we reference the AB. What was it? Senate Bill 1222. 1222. That's the one that establishes the maximum fees that a building department can assess for a permit application. I'm sorry, Senate Bill SB 1222. Sometimes you gotta, when you're searching for those on Google, you gotta put in solar because they reuse those numbers.
You need to refer to the year because that Senate Bill 122.
You're right.
Different numbers.
Different bill.
Next year.
Yeah, that's why I say when you're searching for it, we can get that to you, Paul.
We almost have.
I think that was 2013.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Yeah, it wasn't 2015.
Senate bills, they put the name of the congressman that introduced it.
Like AB 2188 is Mayor Suchi or whatever his name.
Yeah, that's probably why they do that. Yeah.
But different thing with
no doubt, no doubt.
But most legal documents put the assembly member's last name, not the year.
Yeah, you could put like SB 1222, comma Leno.
Yeah.
Is that who it was?
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah,
Leno.
As in J.
No, like Jay Leno?
As in J Leno.
Yeah. Leno.
There you go.
Paul, I'll send you the link.
Right now. I will do the same thing with the first one, when I send Bill 2188.
Rachi.
Mayor Suchi or whatever.
Muratsachi, yeah. Murat.
Yeah, go ahead, Alan. Look that up and email it over to. Hey, Paul, on the disclaimer, just since that's going to appear on notes, I thought, you know, it might be not a terrible thing just to verify that we're using proper terminology. So in the first line it says better practices, and I generally the industry term I hear most often is best practices. Sometimes it's called industry best practices, but best practices are good. And then I would, the second line there, we probably could streamline that, say SEAC has identified, I don't even think and agrees, just write the word and agrees, because I think it's assumed if it's printed here we agree, will benefit, and I would just, instead of saying one or more, I would say benefit, you know.
The solar energy industry.
Benefit the solar energy industry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Too much wording.
Yeah, again, disclaimers, I always like them to be as they always apply simple.
Yeah, if it doesn't benefit the solar industry, why would we put it in here? Has identified would, that?
Yeah, that wording would be.
And then the only, and then that last statement says.
Oh, okay, well, I got it.
Briefing notes published by SEAC are non-binding and/or regulatory. I wonder if striking and/or regulatory to say a non-binding, because it almost looks like if they are regulatory, they're required. You could say and/or non-regulatory, but that gets a little bit complicated. So maybe just striking that.
Well, you can say just say are non-binding or regulatory.
Are neither binding or nor regulatory?
Yeah, something like that.
And donor briefing.
I think non-binding implies that, right? Or
I don't know. Just making sure that they don't think that this is some new set of regulations.
Maybe you could say, just to clarify that, say
Are
optional,
non-binding nor regulatory.
are optional and non-binding enough.
You can say non-binding nor regulatory if you want to say that. So go up there and just change that to say non-binding or nor regulatory.
Yeah, that first sentence isn't a sentence.
Yeah.
Tools, our tools. Yeah,
They are? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, wait a minute. Published by SEAC are non-binding nor regulatory. I don't think that worked out grammatically with the nor, though.
How about or?
Yeah, it sounds so.
Are non-binding and non-regulatory. Like, regulatory.
Right.
Or regulatory. You can change.
That's what I'm thinking. Neither and nor.
Yeah, neither nor. That'll work.
If it was not to say
Neither binding, not non-binding.
Neither binding nor regulatory.
Definitely not.
Yeah, but are becomes before word neither.
yeah.
Well,
Before.
yeah, then there you go. There you go.
Neither no regulatory.
And then in that second line there where it says SEAC has identified two benefits to the solar industry, grammatically it might be smoother to say SEAC has identified will benefit the solar industry.
I would say the SEAC briefing notes and recommendations are tools, better practices, and information that are identified that benefit the industry, solar energy. Lots of simpler things.
Yeah, so you take out that SEAC has identified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would have to put which will benefit if you're going to leave it will like that, because you're saying it's a bunch of things which will do this, or you would put back to. The briefing notes and recommendations of SEAC are tools.
So Paul,
best practice information.
Recommendation is just in the second line there to remove that SEAC has identified and replace those 4 words with the word which. Second line, that SEAC has identified, strike that, and replace it with the word which.
Yeah.
SEAC has identified.
And that's for getting paid by the word.
Just a thought there. I agree with dropping that SEAC has identified, because obviously we've identified them. But what does seem that we should put something that says the briefing notes that these tools, best practices, and information have proven to benefit the solar energy industry. Is something that would encourage, if you're just saying, hey, this will benefit, which will benefit, you're just kind of like saying, I think it will. But if you say it in such a way that people will go, damn.
How about if we just remove the word will?
Just
say which benefits the solar
just
industry.
get rid of which will, say that benefits the solar energy industry.
Yeah.
How about which have shown
Gotta
to
have proven.
Get rid of will.
Just benefit.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, perfect. Love it. Let's go to press.
There you go.
Present.
You could put which SEAC has determined will benefit the solar industry.
But something that indicates that whoever takes these recommendations are not going to be the guinea pigs.
The briefing notes and recommendations of SEAC are tools, best practices, and information which SEAC has determined will benefit the solar industry.
How about that have been determined to that have been? That's getting into identified.
I think right now it's pretty clear, and although it's singular, not plural.
Here the S.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good. I love it.
Well, why do you say that? Why don't you just say two?
We're back to the 2. That's fine too.
That's fine too. We can do that.
Yeah.
I'd rather say two than that.
Okay.
Got that.
That's why we get.
Boom. Easy one.
My word's shorter.
Say 2 letters.
Oh, super quick. Got rid of a 4-letter word.
Maybe get a 4-letter word.
Objective. If you're changing the review from previously it was and to review them, if you're changing it back to a noun form, like you're talking about a physical review, it needs to be long applications. So it's limiting applications and application and review or application and review.
Oh yeah, good point.
And then down on the right, right, we got him. Number 2 really should be switched back to use of. Because we're talking about all of these points, these recommendations, and these are all addressed as nouns. Like these are our recommendations. We recommend the use of this, the development of this, and to change to it's not incorrect. So you're telling them use this, but then that requires it's incongruent with all the other points.
Not parallel language structure.
Yeah. So it would be yes.
Like we're recommending.
Yeah. So now it matches all the others. Sorry, those are the following. And sorry, last one is benefits on number 6. The second sentence is the recommendations will typically simplify what? Reduce human error, improve consistency, and that and might be like as well as, and there needs to be a comma before the last and because that whole.
We use complicated sentences to simplify.
Before the end. After consistency.
No. You might want to maybe improve consistency as well as standardization, because that's a little weird too.
Or you could say standardized.
And standardized, yeah, because it needs to, again, match.
We need to scroll back up and cash in a couple of T's for S's in the word submission in one of these things.
So remove the comma after consistency. Then you might want to switch out and for as well as to remove the confusion with the listing.
Recognition. Well, significantly.
As well as standardize and implement application process, comma, and decrease application
human error. Improve.
And remove the word in after standardize. Yep. It should say standardize the permit application process.
Should consistencies be plural?
And I don't know what the and will significantly simplify. I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, I think consistency should be probably singular now.
Singular, right?
That's kind of hanging there.
Yeah.
Simplify.
I don't know what we're simplifying. So.
Simplify the expedited. I actually got the 80/21/88 on.
Oh, we should be talking to those folks.
That explains a lot.
Where were you that day, Don?
Probably his language.
You got it. I'm so glad it's past noon here.
Recommendations.
I don't. The recommendations.
Simplify the process. That's a good generic catch-all.
Simplify the process.
Improve consistencies as well as standardize the permit application process.
How about simplify and standardize the permit application process?
Well, and again, you might want to just change that.
Why do we need to say as well as say and standardize?
I would say improve the process. Oh no, we already said improve consistencies.
Where does this lead again? All right. Information.
Hey, Paula, for the word in addition, do you want a backspace?
That's still too much sentence.
Yeah.
Simplify, standardize.
You know, I'm constantly amazed at Paula's patience. He hasn't snapped at us yet for saying, no, change this. No, wait, what about that? Change this.
I'm stuck on the word improve consistencies. I think we need to reduce consistencies. Or do something else. To improve consistency. Well, I guess it is. It's improve consistencies. Remove inconsistencies. We would remove inconsistencies, but yeah, something like that. Improve consistencies. I don't know.
To improve
reduce inconsistencies. Yeah. If you scroll back up, you had the word submission, and it was 2 T's instead of 2 S's. I think we changed it from submittal and left the T's in there.
This paragraph, though, then the very next sentence we go and say a lot of the same stuff all over again.
See right there, yeah, those should be 2 S's. There you go.
What are you saying there?
Go ahead, benefits. The sentence you just fixed, I mean, we we put an and there to decrease review time. Then we go in the very next sentence and basically say the same thing to make it timely.
You see, the above recommendations will aid in achieving a successful implementation and adoption of the permitting process. The recommendations will...
I mean, unless you just want more words, we're not really saying anything new.
Reduce human error, reduce inconsistencies, as well as standardize the permit application process.
Look, we're just saying this is going to simplify it, make it cost less, and go faster. And then we say, basically, turn around and say it again.
Yeah, that's true.
Try it that way.
There you go.
I don't
find the process. Reduce human error. Reduce inconsistency. And then I don't know if you need two ands, as well as that's fine.
Yeah, I think
it's okay. Thanks. I'm all right with that. I'm okay.
We had a couple.
Yeah, I like that.
We had a couple.
We get a whole nother one of these to do, right?
We do. We had a couple of just points on permitting that probably don't belong in here. Maybe they're going to end up belonging in the guidelines. But one was just we're still seeing jurisdictions that are not issuing permit because of HOA approval.
Oh, you got me.
Ouch.
So that's like
that was one, but maybe that goes into the guideline that we're going to develop. Does that make more sense? Because it's so specific.
That's already against the law.
Is it streamlined? Is it a streamlined process that's being followed if they're still requiring HOA, or is it not the streamlined process? Because I'm wondering, does HOA approval isn't required for AB 2188 streamlined process? Is there something different if it's not fitting with this?
I don't think it matters whether it's AB 2188 or not.
I wasn't sure.
They can't put it up.
Don, do you know that? Is HOA approval never allowed for a building official, or only when it's AB 2188 compliant application?
I don't think that HOA approval is anything that the jurisdiction should be allowing to be a factor, and certainly not for rooftop solar that falls into the into the solar permitting guidelines under the rooftop solar laws. I mean, you can't even the building department's planning department can't even review it for aesthetics. So why would they allow the HOA to review it for aesthetics?
Yeah, that's right. That's 1978.
It's included in AB 2188, but it doesn't have to be streamlined permitting for that part to apply.
Correct.
Right.
That is correct.
It applies to everything that's rooftop solar, that's flush mounted, that's going on an existing building. The building department's planning reviewers can't even look at it for aesthetic purposes other than safety reasons, so they certainly shouldn't be allowing an HOA to do that. And that's what the HOAs are doing. They're saying we don't like the color of that or something.
Because it is something that we want building officials to have clarity on, so I would certainly support calling that out, whatever language we feel.
Well, the Solar Rights Act, if you refer to that, that would cover that as well as everything else that's in that.
But I don't think there's
two topics. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I believe it does.
It was it's in the Solar Rights Act. They came out a long time ago in the Solar Rights Act. Another thing that I'm hearing is, like, I have people calling me saying that the HOAs are saying that they get to charge more money because jurisdictions haven't written their expedited permitting process, and the fees that were in the Assembly bill regarding what a HOA can charge have no correlation to the jurisdiction adopting the expedited permitting process, and those actually went into effect back in 2014 for HOAs. The HOA's got to pull their head out a little bit.
He's saying that the HOA approval is not required.
It's not required. That's what that's the problem. Discussion is here.
HJ.
Was very clear stating that a jurisdiction cannot consider the HOA in its permitting process.
Absolutely not.
And that's for any project.
Yeah.
Get solar. It doesn't matter what kind of permit.
So the question was, does that pertain only to AB 2188 applications, or does it apply to all rooftop solar applications? And the speculation is that the Solar Rights Act states that the HOA has no bearing on the process whatsoever, anywhere, anytime.
On any permit. The HOA can only enforce the codes that it's adopted to enforce. So unless they've adopted the HOA rules as part of their ordinances, they can't enforce any of it.
Well,
they can't allow any of it to be a factor.
I think probably everybody here would agree putting that in there would be beneficial. But since we don't know the exact language, it would probably be something we should submit. You know, get our language clear so we could put it in here in a way that's technically accurate.
I don't think it belongs here.
You don't think so?
Not today.
Maybe not today.
Only because I think it's a violation of law already. So if someone's doing something wrong, we don't have to tell them don't do things you're not allowed to do.
Yeah, well, I guess the theory was that if we called that out here, there would be more awareness of that as not being a requirement. Although I know it states it several times throughout AB 2188.
We could make that. I mean, that could almost be a separate.
That's a whole nother briefing note. Yeah, solar PV and the HOA or something like that.
Additional
You could make it. Yeah, it could be a resource would be good.
So AB 2188 called that out
at this point.
But the thought is that this is part of the Solar Rights Act that's actually supersedes AB 2188. So, yeah, the language here is pretty clear. I'm okay with not putting it in for the moment, but I would certainly encourage SEAC to underscore that address. It would help. I'm agreed, and I think that's where Jim was proposing to be located.
Yeah.
There's other things that are affecting solar PV permits besides the HOAs that I think we could address as kind of like a package. So you've got your coastline commissions that are talking about not putting PV systems on roofs. There's varying factors that we could address as like a package deal and just say as other factors. But because it's not just HOAs, there are other entities that are trying to weigh in on the approval of solar PV permitting. That the jurisdictions are allowing them to become part of their daily business, and they should not. Absolutely. So we just need to inform the HJs and the installers of their rights.
I like that. How, is that another briefing note? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, that's another briefing note. Okay. This shouldn't belong on this. 6 should not be really in here at all, I don't think.
So comment on that is that really, do we want to really get into informing people of their rights? I don't recall any of us having legal training.
Exactly.
Well, I guess the question is, does it mention call out in a briefing note that's addressing some of the confusions and problems with permitting? And the presumption is that if an HOA process is confusing the permitting process, maybe it does belong in this briefing note.
Yeah, maybe not informing of their rights, but informing them of issues that are creating roadblocks to sustainable, installations that are solar PV, and identifying the solutions and where they can go to find out what their rights are. Maybe not. We're not going to identify what their rights are and lay all that out, but I think there are some problems, like I said, with the coastal commissions and with the HOAs, and we could address that because the industry, I get a lot of calls about that sort of stuff, and maybe we could address that.
If SB 112.22 belongs in here, HOA belongs in here.
Well,
okay, so here's the question. If you identify certain ones and you don't identify all of them, somebody could take us to task that we did not identify all of them.
Okay, I don't think this issue is the subject of this.
Yeah, we're digressing really bad on this issue. We should move on to the next one.
We should decide for next time because it is the objective here is just talking about permitting application process.
So considering that we've been going from 9:30 and it's now noon, is there kind of an idea of taking a few minutes? Are we at that point where we can say we're done with briefing note 3 and we can actually take a quick break to other things?
Yes. So we take a 15-minute break? Yes. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
That was a nice long 15 minutes. I loved it.
Over at IPW Local 11 EPI. I've heard of it. I haven't seen it. Yeah, all the solar stuff. They used to do a lot of training over years back. They're going back to a lot of that. I think. Yeah. Probably necessary.
All right, so we've got issue number 4, which is educational resources for small residential rooftop solar energy systems. This really focuses a lot on training and information with regards to AB 2188. So if we could start with the objective, I'm going to take the objective for this briefing out. Right?
Thank you. You beat me to it.
Yeah.
I would probably just start with the word provide. You didn't see the word choose on this thing. Provide educational resources.
Well, then, if you're going to go that route, go back to the briefing note number 3 and get rid of the word to into the beginning, too.
Right.
Can we go back to briefing note 1?
Yes.
I don't think
No, stop.
Done.
Hey, Hector's not here. We can go away. Oh, wait a minute. Paul's here to keep us in mind.
Yeah, I've got the 4 with
If she's got a big hammer, she's going to start hitting that phone, breaking it, so we can't hear you.
Won't hurt me. You'll just miss out on all that good wisdom.
All right, so provide educational resource aid to assist the solar industry in achieving timely and cost-effective installation of solar energy systems.
I'd rather say educational resources, not aids.
That's reasonable.
Hi.
We'll move on to statements.
Delivery. Can it be delivered in the morning of the 22nd?
It can be delivered before that.
I don't care when in the morning of the 22nd. Just didn't want to encroach on the afternoon.
John, you didn't have to get me anything.
On that first sentence there under issue statement, it ends with of a solar distributed generation.
He may be out.
The word. To hamper the successful transition and deployment.
Okay, so wait. So what is the windows of opportunity of the 22nd?
Maybe the word system after generation. Or so, yeah, that's solar.
Well, how do
deployment of a solar installation or
systems?
Deployment of solar systems. Of solar systems.
Solar systems, fine.
Does that sound good, folks?
I agree. We don't use distributed generation anywhere else in our documents. So.
Right. We use it when we're talking to the CPUC. That's
yeah.
about it. So on that one, Paula, the suggestion is just taking up.
Do you have anything that's available on the 21st?
With that installation?
Systems?
Solar system?
Installation?
Solar systems.
Installations either way. Solar system installation?
Solar system is probably better.
Okay. I don't like saying an inadequate and insufficiently trained workforce. How about just either inadequately trained or insufficiently trained?
Yeah.
Right? Really slamming them. You're saying they're not only not trained, they're inadequate to start with.
Might as well call them ugly.
Yeah, I know. Are they too short or what's the deal?
Wouldn't it be solar energy systems instead of solar systems, though?
Sure, solar energy systems.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
As opposed to plumbing.
As opposed to the stars.
And then the next proposal was just to take out the word and insufficiently. So it's inadequately trained workforce, so it should be inadequately.
That would be good.
Trained workforce.
Okay. Yes, just the window of Wednesday morning.
It's interesting. It's almost like you can't hear us.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's having a whole separate conversation. That's really weird.
It is.
That is strange.
It is.
He's so out of touch. Oh, John.
Yeah, that looks good.
Too good.
Okay, that sounds good.
No, not that. Let's
Hey,
not
when the
have
wife
that
calls, you got to respond immediately. I'm sorry, you guys are trumped by cat.
Okay, so we're on to background.
Background.
Information, education, and training on solar energy systems are abundant and can prove overwhelming for those researching to be educated.
Is abundant.
Is abundant.
Yeah.
Do we research to be educated? I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would say probably education programs, researching education programs instead of researching to be
Stop
educated.
at overwhelming. And I would agree entirely with that statement.
That's a good point.
Well, I would say can prove overwhelming, and then period. Because obviously
It's kind of a given, yeah, isn't it?
it's a given that those that are researching it are trying to educate themselves. It's also clear if any of the available training is certified by a rating certification corporation. Now, this is one thing I was reading. There are two organizations currently that review training and provide, certification may not be the right word. There is one certification, that is IREC does a certification of solar training program through their ISPQ certification program.
Yeah, just IREC and NABCEP are the only two certified.
Well, UL does too.
I don't think
UL.
they take certification of training.
For installers, they do.
Well, they have certification
Well,
programs for installers.
It's not that they're providing a certification. They're saying that the training is certified by a rating certification corporation.
There's a certification exam. It's important to appreciate that certification, at least in the realm of NABCEP and UL to my knowledge, is of the individual.
Correct.
The training is not certified by NABCEP.
Well,
IREC is certified through
knowledge
ANSI.
services certified there.
I'm sorry?
UL is a certification organization.
They do certified training also?
Yeah, and they have a training that is certified. It's certified by them, but
it's UL that offers.
And yes, they do. UL Knowledge Services. It's a separate entity.
Okay.
There's varying explanations for this though, because one is you're providing a certification to the person who took the test, and the other is you're certified by somebody to provide that training. Like I'm a IASET certified, and Pete's probably certified by IASET to be able to provide like CEUs and continuing education credits. And then IREC is certified. It's a certified training program through ANSI training standards certification. So this really needs some clarification on what we're talking about here.
Yeah, and I'd also say that the IBEW NECA apprenticeship does have certified training, and they do include PV training in that. So there are organizations out there
to offer that training too, or they do it themselves. So that's what I'm questioning. In my view, when you're certifying training, and NABCEP registers courses to administer continuing education credit, we consciously avoid using the term certifying because certifying has legal connotations, which we do not perform as NABCEP. We do review the training to make certain that it's not a sales program, but we don't certify. On the other hand, IREC, with her ISPQ program, does indeed perform a certification of a training program. So, and I have to admit, as it relates to IBEW and UL, I'm uncertain if they're certifying others to do that training. So that I think is, and here we're referring to certified training programs. So I guess it's
typically that's referred to as accredited.
Yeah, well, I don't like the language of this section.
Not at all.
Certification.
Yeah, so maybe what we could do, maybe that second sentence we could take out, because the reality is it is overwhelming. And I would say that most training today that people take, first of all, in my experience, very few people take an accredited solar training course today. It used to be in the old days, learn on the job, and then they take a few manufacturer courses that may or may not be registered with NAPSA for continuing education credit. And sadly, that's the extent for the vast majority of people working in the industry today, unless they go through in-house training. But even Solar City, for example, Jim, you guys are training your installers. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that your training programs are certified or accredited by anybody, are they? No. So that doesn't mean that it's bad training. What it does underscore is the fact that there isn't a really highly recognized entity that's going out there validating this outside of ISPQ, and that's a very small percentage of the people that get educated in the industry.
I'd be in favor of removing the second sentence.
I think we're kind of digressing on this whole thing. I think that the second sentence, if we're going to have a second sentence, should point out that it's unclear what certifications or training will be acceptable to the authority having jurisdiction in regards to 690.4E.
Well, I would agree with that, yeah.
Well, what I was trying to say in there, guys, is that I agree, first of all, with Don, is that there are those who accredit trainers and training organizations. However, I don't think that that necessarily is a necessity to have done, but one of them that does it is the International Accreditation Service, which is a subsidiary of ICC. So they do that. In fact, they have
all of that's moot in regards to the applicant and the AHJ, and that's what we're talking about here is the application process and the relationship between the AHJ and the applicant or the installer, which the only thing that the AHJ is looking for is to verify the qualifications of the person making the connections to comply with 690.4E. They don't care. The rest of it is all just a level of competency that the homeowner or the consumer, it just gives them a level of confidence.
Well,
so other than a competency level, we need to try to figure out what is going to be acceptable to the authority having jurisdiction. Are they going to accept a NABCEP certification, an IAI training certification, a C10 certification? I don't know that we need to put that on here, but that's the issue. That's the issue here, I think.
In the state of California, all we can accept is a licensed electrician.
You know, so
yeah, a C10 or a C46 or license.
This is best practices we're talking about at this stage. This is not something I don't think we can mandate. We can certainly encourage education, quality education, but I don't believe legally jurisdictions have the ability to mandate certain levels of education unless if you're already licensed, you're legally eligible.
You have to be a qualified worker, and that's defined in California as someone that has the correct license.
Precisely.
They can only require somebody demonstrate their qualifications.
Yeah, so this is strictly best practice and recommendation arena.
Right.
Question? Since this issue statement is also applicable to AHJs, are we missing training for inspectors on this?
Should be both.
Well, fortunately, there is accredited training there.
When ICC just sent out a survey, are we interested in certifying inspectors for solar photovoltaics?
It's the opinion of the IAEI president that when you get an electrical certification, a national electrical code contains the solar PV in Article 690. So if you're if you're a qualified electrical inspector, you should be qualified to do solar PV, and there shouldn't be a separate solar permit. That's exactly what I heard from Dave Clements. Now I agree that the solar training would be valuable, but I don't think anybody's going to be going out and getting it unless it's mandated. So I mean, unless IAI or ICC comes up with it, I don't think the inspectors are going to run out and start doing the NABCEP stuff. There's nobody demanding it.
Let's take into account a typical combination inspector that does not have an electrical inspector certificate. You know, what kind of training should they be going to?
Well, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know at the recent Calvo, they have various programs on solar, but I don't think there's a credential per se that the ICC is generating that shows that you've completed a solar-specific course. It's just one course that you can take as an elective to keep current with your...
And that's how it should be.
And I'm okay with that.
And most of it, I mean, I got to say, most of the corrections I have, both in the field and on plans, that are electrical, are not necessarily 690. It's the whole rest of the code that's usually where the problem is, not so much just 690 and just that specialty. So
usually it's coming out of 310 somewhere. Yeah, they're usually messing up Article 250 and Article 300.
Yeah. So that's why I don't like to just concentrate and say, well, it's only a PV certification that's needed. That PV education and a certification is great, but it's a bigger issue than that.
Well, it sounds like we're good with the last survey. Number 2, it's that middle sentence that there's uncertainty. If we want, do we even want to address accreditation or certification of training at all?
The fundamental problem that we have, guys, with the training that's out there, let's just think about it for a moment. The fundamental problem with training out there, I think, is that one is that there are people out there that don't know their whatever from their shinola kind of thing. They don't know what they're talking about, or they're providing information that is just like, oh my God, when I was in a training class that this guy was approved by IREC, and it was unfrickin' believable that every other statement he made, Rhonda Parkhurst and I were just aghast at trying to correct him. And she was wondering why I wasn't correcting him on every single slide, but I didn't have time to do it.
Can we all agree that we could just lose the second sentence and change it to say inconsistent or misinterpretations of the inconsistent training and misinterpretations create problems or something like that? That's the problem that John's trying to do. Huge inconsistencies.
I would like it to say at some point that there should be training done by qualified, knowledgeable people. How you determine how they're qualified is no different than how you figure out is the installer qualified. When you look at the definition of qualified persons, it's no different. It's got to be somebody who knows what they're talking about and is that they can actually teach.
Have demonstrated the ability.
Yeah, and my problem also with the objective, I'm sorry I wasn't on there earlier. I had an emergency call from my wife there. Is that on the objective is that we're talking totally about economics of achieving a timely and cost-effective installation. I think that's missing the boat. I think that what we should be talking about is a code-compliant installation in a timely manner and cost-effective. But it's got to be. The fundamental we're missing here. We get all tied up about economics. But fundamentally, what we also have to consider is code compliance, safety.
And maybe that's good to insert into the objective and say right before after achieving a code compliant installation in a timely, cost-effective manner.
Safe.
That's great. That's great.
How about safe?
Safe, code compliant, timely, cost-effective.
Achieving a safe and code compliant installation in a timely and cost-effective manner.
Yep, fine, perfect.
That's fine. I'm all right with that.
Yep, that's good.
And then I'd go back and lose the second sentence on the background part where it's unclear, lose that whole thing, and then we should figure out what we want to say there. But I would allude something to the inconsistencies because the background is explaining. Yeah.
And on the objective, you don't have to say of solar energy systems because, we're talking about the solar industry. So. And the other question I have is when we're talking about to assist the solar industry, is that including everybody, or is that including just the installers? Is that just including, or the manufacturers? Is that everybody?
That's everybody. Solar industry is all of us, all the stakeholders.
Well, if you go to section 7, you'll see who it's applicable to.
Actually, why isn't it just to provide educational resources to assist in achieving a safe and code-compliant solar installation in a timely and cost-effective manner?
Saying just take out the solar industry?
Yeah, just to assist in achieving a safe and code-compliant code-compliant PV installation in a timely and cost-effective manner.
Yeah, I think there is some room for misinterpretations. A lot of AHJs see solar industry and say, I'm not doing this for the solar industry because I got to do safety in that. They see the solar industry as being the industry folks and not the AHJ side,
Exactly.
although we see it as being, we're all part of the industry, but a lot of AHJs don't. So we're not providing definitions here, so whenever we can remove them.
No, just drop. There you go. A little bit further. There we go. And there should be a hyphen after code, between code and compliant. But I think that we've all had that experience where we've had, going down to the background, we've all had that experience where people, like I said, don't know what they're talking about, or they're providing misinformation, either sometimes purposely, I think, and you know, I shouldn't say they do it. They're omitting certain pieces of information.
The complaint is that there's so much training available there. How does one know what to do that? What should I go to that I'm going to get the most thing?
It's a problem. It is. And I think, again, you know, that first sentence does a good job of stating that problem. You know, it's true. There's just so much information. How do you know what's relevant, what's appropriate, what's right, what's good training, and what's not? And sadly, I have some guidelines I can provide people, but I don't have that. You know, it would be nice if we could say, oh, just go to this website and everything they say is right. It's not as easy as that.
Yeah. So under the recommendations, we're going to get into the weeds of that.
I think that's where that belongs probably. I think in that first sentence does a good job of explaining the challenge, and the last sentence, the second sentence, if we took out, isn't going to change anything because we can address that deficiency in our recommendation.
Much of the training is, well, it says that inadequate training. So we could make a statement on point that much of the training or some of the training is inadequate or uncertified or
inadequate or inadequate or inconsistent training.
Yeah, I'm uncertain if most of it is uncertified in fairness.
Yeah, so that's just,
I think
probably irrelevant to say that.
I think another thing that I've encountered also that is important to try to capture in background, I'm trying to still figure out how to, but that is that I've seen training where somebody will say, this is what you got to do. And I'll even say it. John Wiles, great guy, when he gives his presentations, the way he's talking about it, he's not talking minimum code. He's talking optimum installation. There's a vast difference, and I think that there needs to be clarity that of you know, what are you talking about? Are you talking about something that you know, because then there are people that take that as gospel that oh, well, I got to do an installation like that. No, that's optimum, not minimum.
Well, and for what it's worth, I know in the training I do, I try to differentiate between what the code required, what standards require, and what best practices would dictate. My assumption is that SEAC will fall in line with recommendations of best practices, which are the most stringent requirements, which have the highest bar. You can have a code compliance system that produces 0 kilowatt hours.
I always tell them they have every right to build the perfect piece of crap as long as it meets the minimum of the code.
Yeah, whenever anybody tells me it's code compliant, my first reaction is good, but I'm not impressed. You know, just because they're code compliant doesn't mean it's a good system. And my hope is that SEAC is going to endorse more than just code compliance. It's going to endorse best practices that result in the best value for the customer and the safest.
Well, those aren't mutually exclusive.
But we gotta be very careful because then you know, I don't see this as a quality and necessarily as dictating the quality of the installation. If SEAC want to do that, more power to them. But I don't think that's our role.
Yeah, you don't want to start the telephone game where you're training somebody for best practices, and then that AHJ is turning around and saying, "Hey, I got this at this training that you have to do this." I mean, even the best. I heard Bill Brooks telling people that they have to be tied off on a roof if it's over 7.5 feet off the ground, and that's not actually the case.
No, it's 6.
It's 20 feet for residentials, and unless you exceed 6 and 12 pitch. or 15 feet for tract homes. There's a bunch of different rules engaged in that, but that came from somebody had told him if it's higher than 7.5 feet. But that 7.5 feet is for scaffolding and platforms. There's a bunch of bad information going on out there.
But I think this
So
morning
we can't. I don't want to train anybody for best practices. We're doing code compliance stuff. Really.
Yeah, we're not a training organization. I think that's the message we got this morning. We're not going to be a training organization.
But that doesn't mean that we aren't advocating quality training for building officials or installation.
Right. But we should be advocating. We should be making clear that while best practices are nice, it is the fundamental is that's why you have minimum requirements. If you were going to have best practices, then all our requirements would be based on best practices.
So what's your
best practices could get us in trouble?
And you don't want to teach AHA best practices because we're code compliant. We're a minimum. You start saying everybody's got to factor the practice.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure that Craig would say that the best practice is to use an Iron Ridge rack, and Jeff would say that the best practice is to use his racking. So when do we stop with the best practices and stick it to code compliance? I know. I'm just saying there's a position when you start identifying best practices.
Are in it for their own purposes, but that's not the case.
Well, there's perception's reality. So we don't want any perception that we're trying to. Well, typically that's where best practices start coming in is the processes and the equipment to do things, and I think that that would get us in trouble when we start going down that road.
Yeah, because you have two different training criteria, one for AHAs and one for scholars. And I guess the question is, are we going to be able to tackle both groups? Because my assumption is that if we're trying to, I agree, we're building officials code. If we're also trying to educate installers, I'm not sure, maybe minimum code, sure. If ICC and IAI have training programs in solar, that's because we need those CEUs as AHJs.
Why don't we just say that in the training? For AHJs, the minimum of the code, and for all other stakeholders, best practice.
When a guy goes up above the code, it makes my job a lot easier, because I don't have to work as hard.
So
but I think what we're trying to get to at the end of the day is to have both parties in the room at the same training. That way they're getting the same training and we're disseminating the information. So really what we're trying to do is train them how to do it effectively and efficiently and not break down the nuts and bolts of it. There's tons of training out there. Most of these people already know a lot of the rules of the installations, but what we're trying to do is teach them how to inspect it effectively and efficiently, so that we can get more installs out there.
And as somebody who's wrote curriculum for the public schools, that is one of the hardest things to do.
So
can we train do we train ourselves on how to get beyond number 2 here?
So all this recent discussion is great if we put it under key considerations. I think that under key considerations on this briefing note, we ought to provide some clarity about the differences between best practices and minimum requirements.
So we're actually able to recommend minimum requirements guidelines. Some sort of tool that somebody out there could look at that would guide them to how do I know quality training. The person, maybe it's something like the person giving the training has had so many years of experience in the solar industry, this is his background, these are his accreditations.
Well, the good news is if we're focused on building officials and just code compliance, there are some recognized authorities, the ICC, Mark Berkeley and Kelbo, I know, they've done code compliance training for building officials. To my knowledge, that's probably the only place I've seen sanctioned training for building officials to date. Do you know of any other sources besides Kelbo?
IAI.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So those are two sources that we could reference in this document.
We could. Do we need a different second sentence for number 2, though? I think John had a problem with that much of the training that's out there isn't adequate. Did we capture that in number 2, or did you want to add a sentence?
Well, it's like what do you? The only problem to somebody like me, I could make it work for me, but it's like what is considered inadequate. I think it would behoove us to explain what what inadequate can entail. Inadequate can entail either incomplete or
improper,
not clear,
or hard to access, which is the biggest challenge, I think, because these training they're hard to access. To my knowledge, Calvo holds training functions of this type twice a year, well, 4 times a year, I guess, and, you know, but fairly close together. And IAEI, how often are doing their code compliance?
Anytime, anywhere, Jeff. You name it, we'll be there.
Hey Jeff, call me biased, but since I'm providing all of the training for CSE, I think CSE would be a viable option too.
Well, I would agree, Don, and I guess it depends on, you know, it sounds like we're talking about training for building officials that's sanctioned. I don't know if CSE falls into that category, Don.
And frankly,
that's why I partner with IAEI, so that, because I'm, like I said, I've been through the ISET training in Dallas, and I have the ability to give CEUs through the IAEI through trainings that I provide. There aren't that many IAEI inspectors that actually have that ability.
Through the IAEI?
Oh yeah.
If he gets it.
If Don does it, okay.
If we go down that path, then it's like, okay, well, gee, you know, UL2. I mean, we actually co-wrote, we developed most of the curriculum that is used in the IAEI solar presentation. So,
how often do you give that training, John?
Well, let's see. Between myself and a couple other staff members, probably several times a year.
Okay. So here in California, right?
Here and then also elsewhere.
Okay, but several times a year in California.
There have been in past years that I have done that. It's just I was at all the AB 2188 ones that CSE was at. I mean, that's the problem I have is that though I guess I could say, yeah, all right, I do that. I can do those under the banner of partnering with CSE and Calvo and IAEI. Again, the problem I'm struggling with is that we have there's a lot of people that will think, oh, I went to a solar training, and then when I start asking them questions about, you know, because they out off something they learned, and it's like, no, either you weren't listening, either you weren't in the room and you weren't listening, or that person told you something that was totally out in left field. And that's that's why I'm sorry I'm so passionate about this and so wanting to clarify that point.
Well, and for what it's worth, even a lot of the IREC accredited, the ISTQ accredited solar training programs, many of them don't really get into code at all in their initial training. So you could be an electrical contractor, take a 40-hour course, and have very little content that pertains to code compliance. You're at that stage just learning the basic function of PV and series string configuration. So, you know, this is an important section, this issue 4. And we've talked about a lot of important issues right now. I guess the question I would ask, and maybe Paula, I'm not sure if you can answer the question, is should we break out, you know, code compliant training for building officials from training resources that solar installers would be focused on? Is our intention only code compliance and we're not concerned about best practices?
You have to have both for the contractors and us, because contractors, they don't know what the code is and install it properly, even with best practices.
Agreed.
There's your correction notice. What we're trying to do is make sure that we don't write those correction notices.
Do we want to only stick to code training then in this issue statement?
You know,
I don't think,
because that's simplified.
I don't think we've picked one or the other, and I don't know if we have to at this point in the document.
Yeah.
It sounds like where we're getting stuck is we're saying on number 2 that there's abundant training out there, but not all of it's worthwhile.
Yeah.
And I think isn't that what you're trying to say, John? And we should make that statement that there's a lot of it out there, but not.
Yes.
Yeah, John.
So if we had a good sentence to capture that, we could probably get beyond number 2.
What about the quality skilled workforce and potentially compromise industry standards, quality and safety?
Well, that's a good statement, and maybe to the point that was just brought up, if we were to say, you know, there is a lot of training, but little of that training has been validated or certified, you know, as it relates to code compliance.
Yeah, because we haven't said that yet.
let me try this out. First of all, put a statement of not all PV trainers know what the hell they're talking about. That's one statement.
I'm good with
and then
that.
the second is that not all PV training that they're not all PV training is clear and to the point. That's another thing.
Would it be clearer for us to just say PV training often does not address code compliance, or does not?
That is also an aspect. That's what I'm saying. Is there are a number of different problems out there that are being created. It's a wild west. It's a wild west situation with the education out there, in my opinion.
Yeah. People are trying to cash in on the PV craze.
Well, the good news is, from our discussion here, there are some reputable sources of training that we can identify, and that's what I think we probably should focus our attention on.
I think if we worded it something to the effect that PV training can vary greatly in regards to consistency, quality, code compliance,
content
compliance, yada yada, something like that. Versus what we're talking about.
Code content, quality.
Yeah, exactly, something like that.
Code content and quality, period.
Or just quality.
There you go.
And quality.
Yeah.
And leave in the last sentence too. I like that. A poorly skilled workforce can potentially. Perfect. I like that right there. That looks good.
Easy button.
And just, I think I'm on the agenda, right, Paula, for next month's meeting. I'm going to give a presentation on many of the training and certifications that are available, but not everyone's aware of, relating to PV.
You're going to do that training?
Yeah. So just it's kind of tight. We're going to talk about that
in January. It sounds like we're going to hear about virtual.
And Pete, you will be providing it consistently. And there'll be code content, and and you're qualified, right? And it'll be quality, right?
As long as you certify me.
Certainly, gladly.
But he won't approve you. So certified.
So I'm being tasked early in 2016 to write a training program for architects and designers. So it's not just installers and inspectors. There could be a separate training just for the PV system designers. I mean, and our mission here should be to try to have everybody on the same page.
Yeah, designers should.
Yeah, so somewhere maybe we could identify the need for the person seeking training to look for training that's suitable for their needs. Something, I don't know, but there's all kinds of different training out there, and there's a bunch of different industries that are needing to be trained. Even the insurance companies and I think the banks are starting to look for PV training.
Are you on 4, Don?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably what we could do is take that second sentence, and since it's repetitive of the first sentence, is just say resources for quality education are necessary to help achieve safe compliance installation of solar energy systems. I like that, Jeff. So just one suggestion on sentence number 2, second line there, is just streamline it. Remove the word accurate and adequate information.
Number 3.
Sorry. Yeah, so just change that second sentence to read resources to identify quality education are necessary.
Okay, so that's not necessarily current status. That would be key consideration, maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
On your current status.
Current status is there are no resources to identify.
You're talking about what's necessary. That's a key consideration.
Well, current status is there's a lot of training available, and much of it is the quality is insufficient for code compliance.
Same as background, really.
So it is background. Okay.
Probably bite that.
I thought we did, and they put it back.
Solar energy. Oh, so you guys in the committee work had made some changes.
We just talked about the actions. We thought we had combined background.
Last meeting.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, last meeting.
Did you do that, Paula?
it came
Remember
back.
how in the last meeting there was discussion of background and current status and how similar they were, and we thought we just merged the two categories into one?
Yeah.
Did we decide to do that or not?
Well, some of them we took current status out because we thought it wasn't relevant.
Right.
Is it relevant here?
I think it's the same as background.
It sounds like it's the same as background.
I don't know what the difference
in this one. It sounds like we have the same problem. Where
So-
current status and background are kind of the...
Could you please show us the issue statement, because what you have in that second sentence, the current status, is what you have in the issue statement.
I know it's all the same stuff. Yeah, exactly. Same exact thing.
Yeah, don't scroll it up on us so we can refer above us, because everything cascades from it, if you please. What I'm getting at is that instead of the way it's worded for current status, it simply is that the adoption of AB 2188 drives the need for updated information, education, and training.
Yeah, that's valid.
So take out the word with and just say the adoption of AB 2188 drives the need to provide, you could say even reliable, updated information, education, and training.
Perfect. Period, moves the rest of it.
Exactly. Put a period after training.
I think that you might want the word training still in there, updated information and training.
Period after training.
Yeah, so delete. Yeah, education is the same as training, I think. But.
Now, you just have to provide reliable and updated information, comma, something, and training, period. I can't remember what word you had in there before.
Well, we had education.
There you go.
Reliable.
Reliable and updated information, comma, education. Well, education and training are the same thing, so I'm good with it.
Yeah, so information and training is good. No need for anything further.
Updated information and training, and then drop everything else. I don't even think you need the next sentence, because that's just. I think grab that and put it in key considerations, because we need that last part. We need to improve resources that will aid in developing a skilled and knowledgeable solar workforce. That's a key consideration.
Well, what might be beneficial is we could say the Solar Energy Action Committee. Let's do it. Solar Energy Action Committee is providing educational information on educational resources to improve. So, because really that's all that at this stage we're intending to provide, right? Is that information on educational resources? Right. Yeah. And I think we're hesitant to say we're going to be providing the educational resources directly.
Right. Right.
Okay. Information on educational resources. Maybe we could say something about that being quality or reputable, or I don't know if I want to say certified, because it may not all be certified, but
quality is fine.
Is providing information on quality education resources. Take out recommendation on.
Yeah, we don't want to recommend.
And then say information on quality educational resources. And I think the word quality is a good generic catch-all term that doesn't paint us into a corner.
How about providing information on available quality educational resources?
Well, if we're providing information, wouldn't they be available? It seems unnecessary.
Okay.
Either way.
I would hope if we're telling people where to go that it's available.
Otherwise, we're not very high quality ourselves, right?
It's not a training resource if it's unavailable.
They sound like an HJ.
And I'd take out practices
I'd suggest you still keep in to on quality educational resources to aid in developing a skilled and knowledgeable solar workforce. Because I think it's important to have what is your objective in that information.
I like that. Yeah, that looks good. Is AID spelled A-I-D or A-I-D-E? I'm not sure about
AID.
A-I-D, yeah.
Aid in developing a skilled and knowledgeable solar workforce. Yeah, I guess workforce includes inspectors, right?
Furthermore,
How about just drop solar energy because the workforce doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect.
That's almost a stakeholders instead of workforce. Yeah, stakeholders, because we use stakeholders in the next text. You might use it.
I'm okay with this. It's a long sentence. I wonder if you might be able to break that in half.
What you wanted to try and emphasize was there's a lot of technology and involving what that goes into solar that's not just code compliance.
Well, and therein lies the dilemma again. Is I fully appreciate that, and this is interesting. So for a building official, you can have code training, but then there are new technologies that come online that might fall between some of the code cracks that you as a building official might need to learn about still, right?
You have to integrate them. You have to be able to integrate the new technology.
Exactly. That's what I'm wondering. Are we, again, going to take a focus on code compliance? Because I know reference in your standards, which technically might fall outside of the realm of code.
Yeah, I don't think we should.
2703
is
not code compliant.
Right. Well, it is, because to be code compliant has to be listed. But I agree. I don't think we should focus just on code compliance.
Okay.
I mean, product standards.
And here we reference those different elements of training that are appropriate, because permitting,
manufacturer training.
Yeah. And there's a lot of training that falls outside of code compliance. I like the way that it's phrased here, though, because it says product standards, code requirements, permitting, inspection procedures. That's all good content right there.
We look at new materials coming in, because if my code doesn't address it, then we have to take other things. We do in our administrative code in LA. We have to take a look at the alternatives and whatever else.
Sure.
And in fact, they cover that too.
You have to be aware of it to do that.
Yeah. This actually is quite good in terms of all the items that it nails, because it hits all of those elements, including new technologies.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm getting fuel cells in. I got every Horizon pack belt site with fuel cells in, plus private industry now.
Well, you could get rid of furthermore if you want to say the word. So we can start with that and just put the concept.
I agree with Pete. I wish I had said get rid of the word furthermore.
I think that's just a start, but that's a good start. I mean, if it was only a three-word sentence, I'd leave it, but we got about 20 words.
And, after it says permitting and inspection procedures for jurisdictions, and then a comma, and then interconnection procedures for utilities.
Evolution of PV system related challenge by the
challenge for all stakeholders involved. I like everything you said there.
It's just a lot of stuff.
It's a long sentence, but
I mean, usually you stick with 3 ideas, like
maybe there's a way you can break
technology
this
standards and code requirements. Yeah, maybe break it in 2. I mean, I don't know, permitting and inspection procedures we've already covered in another. We just got done covering that one. I don't know if we need to include it here. I realize training benefits all of that.
Yeah, I was wondering, because there's a kind of overlap. But
there's no overlap.
If somebody were to read this as a standalone, didn't read issue 3, then this at least refers back to some of what is addressed in issue 3.
And I agree, all those things, training solves all those issues. So,
yeah, probably the only criticism is if there's a way we could take what is a long sentence and break it into two standalone sentences, that might be more readable.
I like saying the constant evolution of the technology, standards, and codes is what's driving this as a sentence.
Yeah, and then maybe you have a new sentence saying, additionally, permitting inspection procedures for jurisdictions and interconnection procedures for utilities.
I say let's all weigh in on stop being the Jeff and Pete show.
If
Anybody
you
else?
If you want to fix that long sentence, you could introduce a colon and then put Roman numerals after each little point. That or make a bullet point list. There you go. That's better.
Or you just say the constant evolution of the PV industry presents a challenge for all stakeholders, and then including and so, because if you just say this laundry list, that laundry lists are always dangerous. If you don't say it includes that, then you're saying this is all it. And
including but not limited to.
You don't have to say but not limited to, it's because that's already presumed by the term including. But what I'm saying is that if you just have a laundry list in the way you have it right now, then you're saying this is it.
It kind of looks like that whole sentence about permitting and inspection procedures for jurisdictions and presents a challenge. That kind of looks like it belongs up above this in background or problems that the considerations are I think would be considerations for resolution. Not this is identifying another problem and not really a consideration, is it? Just kind of looks like it doesn't belong there.
Consideration that you would need to know, you need to acknowledge that things constantly change. But that also drives the point that you got to always have the education, not more than once.
I think the goal for this key consideration was that things change quickly in this industry, and I think that was what was trying to be captured.
Yeah.
The technological evolution is so fast. That's something that's key and different about CV compared to other.
After the first yellow highlight, second paragraph, first sentence, the state of California continues to set far-reaching climate and energy goals, period. There is a constant, right? And now you can put a period after interconnection procedures for utilities. This presents a new sentence.
Yeah, that's not that way.
Mm-hmm.
Another way you could skin the cat is just to simply say challenges are presented due to constant evolution of, and then you can drop the presents a challenge for all stakeholders involved in the solar industry.
Yeah, we just, yep.
But
there you go.
that's fine.
That kind of cleans up that long sentence.
Not capitalized permitting. You would just put it a comma after code requirements. There, thank you.
Go back to that. And interconnection. Do we want interconnection procedures for utilities too?
So why do you have to say in the solar industry at the end of, why didn't it just say this presents a challenge for all stakeholders?
I like that. That's good, yeah.
Because we like lots of words. If we can, that sounds good, John.
They might forget what they're reading in the middle of it.
Period after stakeholders and strike the rest. Yeah, again, who am I?
Do you think we need the word for utilities in there, or is it just permitting and inspection and interconnection procedures?
I don't think we need it.
Yeah.
I don't think for utilities should be in there, really. Yeah. Those are kind of issues for all of us.
And they didn't show up today, so I don't know.
The way I would think of it is that really it's both code and utility requirements. Because that's where because the code requirements and utility requirements are two different animals.
Yeah, you could just put it there. Code and utility.
And you could just drop and interconnection procedures, because otherwise somebody's going to look at that and goes, what the hell is an interconnection procedure?
Yeah.
Is that between two people?
Don't go there. So after code, you want to put?
And utility.
And utility.
Now take out and interconnection procedures. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
That seems like it should stand alone. I don't know that.
Well, is it a part of utility or?
That's that. The interconnection procedures are both in the codes and in the utilities.
I guess you're right. That might be redundant. Maybe take out that would be facility requirements, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's what we're hoping.
Okay, so you could probably take out that and interconnection procedures.
Exactly. That's what that's what Spark was saying. The reason why I think you'd want to say that is because utility requirements are not just about interconnection.
Okay.
Not bad. There's a constant evolution. I like it.
You could also flip around and just simply say the PV systems, and so forth, are constantly evolving, but either way it works.
I don't think we should put anything on the documents that say done and now.
Yeah.
Are we all good with the second paragraph?
Yes.
Looks good.
Yep.
Oh, the second paragraph?
Yeah. We may update on trends.
You didn't scroll down quick enough.
Critical for the industry to apply.
Why do we have to say we? In order to ensure meeting these goals.
In order to ensure the goals are met?
Yes, thank you. There we go.
In order to,
but that doesn't work with the rest of it.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
To meet these goals.
I was just struggling with the we. Is like, who is we?
Yeah, we is bad.
Well, we should identify the goals, maybe education goals or training or something like that. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, do we have any goals previously in this paragraph? We don't have goals. I think it's the state of California.
We didn't have any goals.
How about,
well,
in order to meet the objective and remain updated on all of the industry trends?
Yeah, I think that paragraph was relating to the very first sentence. The state of California continues to set far-reaching energy goals. And then we're saying in order to meet the goal.
In order to meet the aforementioned goals?
I would say, I'd take out and remain updated on industry trends.
Yeah.
Say, is critical for apply necessary skills and knowledge to repair and equip a successful.
Yeah, I agree. Take that out. All the way up till it is.
Yeah, I'd take out and remain updated on all industry trends. So to meet the goal, we got to educate, is the idea here, I think. To apply necessary skills and knowledge to prepare and equip a successful.
Maybe we should, instead of saying apply, to gain necessary to gain knowledgeable or.
Yeah, you got to gain them before you can apply them.
This is about education, so we're trying to make certain people learn these necessary skills.
Yeah.
So the struggle I have is I can't see what was done before, but as I recall, the phrase skills and knowledge to prepare and equip a successful workforce, I think was used before.
Might be used in issue 3.
Yep. No, it's the end of item of the first paragraph of key considerations.
Oh, you're right.
So I'm kind of wondering why we even need that entire thing.
Yeah, maybe you're saying to just delete to prepare and equip a successful workforce.
So what I would suggest that you drop the last paragraph and you go up to the first one and you simply say SEAC is providing information on quality educational resources critical to the development of a skilled and knowledgeable workforce.
And delete that last paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't need it. So that's a key consideration?
If we were to keep that third paragraph, it should go in recommendations somehow.
That's what
Yeah.
Yes, and I agree with that. I think that but I still think that last sentence needs to go in key
Yeah,
consideration.
it needs to come out as number 4.
But I think you're right. Put in
You'd almost have to move it up right after the state of California has reached these energy goals and put it in there. In order to meet these goals, it is critical, and then go on to say, given the constant evolution of PV system-related changes, product standards, blah, 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 this will be a challenge for the stakeholders. Or get rid of it all. But you could drop it in right after goals.
Really,
what it looks like.
So the option is to either delete it or insert it after the sentence that starts with the state of California continues. I'm ambivalent. I'm okay either.
I vote to delete.
Yeah, I think delete is the easier.
I think we're saying there's 2 key considerations. One is that California has these goals, and number 2, there's a constant evolution of product. That's the challenges. I say cut it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say cut it, or the only appropriate place, like I said, would be to put it up, but I don't see it being as a separate statement.
And actually, your first statement is that it really should say is that quality educational resources are critical to the development of a skilled and knowledgeable workforce. Because to say in key considerations the SEAC is providing information, that's actually your recommendation. So just say, in your first sentence of 4, just say, delete everything up to the word quality, and just say quality educational resources are critical to the development of a skilled and knowledgeable workforce.
You're suggesting to remove the words the Solar Energy Action Committee is providing information.
On. Get rid of all that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not, well, yeah.
Because that's not a key consideration, that's a recommendation.
Yeah, it's really unnecessary to say that, I guess. Yeah.
It's really just a statement of an offering.
Yeah. Because what our key consideration is that if you have quality educational resources, that's what's really needed.
That's much better, like that.
Okay, that's good.
And one other thought is that it's critical to the development and maintenance of a skilled and knowledgeable workforce. Because if you say development, then it's only a one-shot time. Could be considered by some. When you say development and maintenance, then you're implying it's an ongoing thing.
And right where your cursor is, with development, just insert the words and maintenance.
Okay with it?
I think so.
4 is good.
Looking good, Billy Ray.
Okay, so many of the solutions simply require, like we said this before, a great education relationship and communication with stakeholders in the industry. It has identified the following practices and
Should we just say educational resources and leave it at that?
On your first statement of recommendations, I don't think I'd say a greater. I'd say simply many of the solutions simply require
greater education,
not a greater. I'd even say is it really greater relationship and greater communication, or is it better?
Better
quality. Yeah.
And then the other thing I would suggest is I would drop in the industry. And then in your next sentence, the SEAC has identified the following practices and resources. You don't need to say to aid the industry.
number one, California Solar Permitting Guidebook is currently an available resource that provides regulatory design, installation guidance, and design and install within inspectors of residential heating systems.
Do we refer to that guidebook later? Do we need to give it its initials?
Yeah, he's saying if we're going to use that CSPG acronym, you might want to put it right there in parentheses right after.
Just in case. Yeah, if we did it in the other issue statement. Because if we haven't, we will somewhere else.
And the additional resources, Paula, am I clear that there's going to be like a page on the SEAC site that references educational information?
So refer to additional resources one is actually at the bottom of here.
So do we need to say that it is currently an available resource, or can we just say it's currently a resource?
The current resource.
Yeah, it is currently a resource.
Yeah.
Or it's a current resource. I'm fine either way.
Yeah, it is.
You know, the interesting thing, I think that it would be, it's probably not necessary, but Paula, if you wouldn't mind keeping it from scrolling up, because it's good, I think, to remember where we are, or what we've done with the one. Just right there is perfect.
No, perfect. Yeah.
Is that I'm wondering do we need to is it too much of a qualifier to say that it is aligned with the California California Electrical Code? I think it's critical that people understand that it's aligned with it, frankly. But you know, if you feel that's redundant, fine.
Yeah, and it's not just the electrical code. It's not. Yeah, I don't think it's because there's other codes. The building code, the structural in there. You know.
Solar Rights Act, all of it. Yeah.
But what I was thinking is that at the it's a current resource based on the California codes.
You could say that if you want.
But I'm not sure whether I need to or not.
Code-based? Okay. You could say code-based resource if you want to add it. California code-based resource.
Based on California codes? Because there are other resources that are not based on the California codes that are based on the national codes.
True. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because I assume that a lot of the resources we may end up referencing won't be California-centric.
No, they won't. But that doesn't mean they don't apply.
No.
For example, is that California-specific, or is that just nationwide?
I think we reference PVOT as one of the training resources at the end of this thing, and the PVOT is photovoltaic online training. That is international codes.
When we train in California, we train to the California Electrical Code.
Agreed. I'm just wondering if resources like the IAEI, Calvo certainly would be California. IAEI or ITC trainings that they would have may not be California-centric. Right?
But they do have training that is.
Okay, good.
And it depends on where you're taking the training.
We are talking about the solar permitting guidebook. That's a California deal. So.
Yeah, so that one would definitely be based on California code.
Yeah.
It's just the other resources may.
Yeah, as we get deeper into this list here.
So I'm kind of lost with item 2. Is that if we scroll up just a hair, is that we started this list. Here's educational resources, and then we're saying that the following practices and resources. How is item 2 a practice or resource?
Yeah, we're saying there should be one. It's not one.
Yeah.
That's a recommendation. Yeah.
It's not it's not something we haven't identified. If you want to do it, then go up to the charging statement and say SEAC is recommending the following practices and identifying resources or something, because it's not, you're identifying something that doesn't exist.
Right. And that's probably not even a good thing to do, because what value is that? Just to have a list of things that should be that aren't.
Well, and I guess if we look down the list, there are other items that don't necessarily fit the criteria of following practices and resources. So, like number 3 says, a research group should be formed.
Yeah, right. That's kind of a wasted.
And number 4 is a minimum criteria guideline should be developed. So there's other items here that don't.
And what's bothering me back on that statement is, why do we have to say this? The SEAC is doing this.
Number 5, Jeff.
Since it's our document, wouldn't it just be the following are practice and resources to consider?
I think we did something like that. That going in that direction is much better, because then you can leave 3, 4, and 5 in there.
Yeah, because in fact 6 is the development. A lot of these are things that SEAC intends to address in the future.
And then by saying it that way, when we say the following are practices and resources to consider, then if somebody says, "Oh, you left me off," or "I don't think that's appropriate," then we're not really under the hook on did we vet out complete quality.
Yeah, because technically almost all these items aren't yet developed.
Yeah.
They're just proposed.
Yeah, they've just been identified as kind of like shortcomings.
Item 1's been developed, I hope.
Item 1's done.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Now we're on. We're already on a roll.
So should we adjourn today's meeting and continue?
I'm in favor of that.
Yeah, we're not really far off from finishing, but yeah, I think we can tackle this next time go around.
We don't want to rush it. Yeah. There is 2 more pages, so.
Well, basically only 1.
Oh, well, that's good. I don't mind hammering it out.
Well, it sounds like all the rest of these 2 are still to be determined.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
So I'm sure that'll be.
So maybe one way to, and just to grab on this, maybe what we do is we break that list into 2 lists. There's nothing that says we have to have 1 list. Maybe what is that we say the following are practices and resources that are available, and then you put those as in IAI, CALBO, the permitting guide, and then you put a second group of items where you say for future assistance the following should be developed, and then you put down the item 4, you put down the item 3, the item 2.
Yeah.
Yep, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, so number 1 and number 5 should be in the current ones that are available and should be used.
Right. So you have currently available, and you have 2 to be developed.
Yeah. So 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 would be in the to be developed category.
That would make it a lot easier, because then I think people will go, "Oh, okay, I'm waiting for that wonderful to be," and the other is going to be, "Hey, this is something I can use right now."
Looking better.
Okay.
I think probably. It's all to be determined.
Yeah. Or it will take us another whole day just to discuss what we will be developing in the way of educational resources, I suppose.
In fact, I think that, remember what Pete said, that he's going to be providing information about all these resources that are available at the next SEAC. Then that would be a great dovetail, is that Pete provide that information, and then from that that might give us further ideas of how to really set this up on recommendations. right?
Yep.
So it's your job.
So how did you like that as setting you up, Pete?
You're an expert at it. I guess because I'm with you all the time.
Remember, I'm good at volunteering.
All right, so I've saved today's, and then I'll just put it into, I'll take out all the highlighted yellows and the reds and whatever, and then share that with everybody after the meeting. Okay. All right. And then, you'll get a draft meeting summary within the next week. Invitation for the next meeting will go out as it normally does. And then can we hand out for your leave?
Oh, thanks for coming here in person.
Good thing I didn't leave early. Oh, look at that. Let's see the surprise they're talking about.
All right, so.
I thought you covered the second dessert table.
We all said it almost looks like a cake, right?
Yeah. Well, they want to see that.
So we'd like to present them to Sparky.
Oh, cool.
Present to Sparky Cohen. In grateful appreciation for your valued dedication to safety and efficiency, aiding the solar energy transformation for the betterment of our community. Thank you.
Hey.
My pleasure.
Hey, Sparky, is that your real name?
Yeah.
That's like, so your parents said,
oh, yeah.
A guy named Sparky.
No, you should.
Yes, if you see his birth certificate, that's what it says. You've got to check out his birth certificate.
Yeah,
I think his dog's name was Dave, and they kept getting him confused.
No, I named my dog Leonard.
It was Sparky.
Thank you very much.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Not as heavy as my hammer.
Stepped out to get a.
John, you're online.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don or John?
We're going to have to mail your award to you.
Did you say Don or John?
John.
You can send it with me.
You can.
I'm going to see him on January 21st.
Yeah.
Mail, so he gets it quicker.
Is it January 21st?
That's fine. You can give it to Sparky.
You can tell that.
Yeah, I've got Don and I've got John.
We can always get it at the SEAC meeting, which is at the end of January.
All right, so I'll keep them for you. Here's Don.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
You're very, very welcome. Thank you. And then we've got everybody else here, but I'll distribute them. We'll probably go down to San Diego next week and hand out those throughout San Diego. Oh, is Steve Jones online? Yeah. Could you ask Steve? He's not talking, but you can ask. All right, so I just wanted to ask Steve Jones if you will be, are you going to be in the office next week? If you could let me know. Because we're going to take a road trip down to San Diego. So Steve could let me know. And then thank you, everyone. He said no.
What? No road trip to Northern California, or to Florida for that matter?
No, we'll be doing it to San Diego next week.
Yeah, I live two blocks from the beach. You guys can come on out.
We'll have to fly there though.
Well, you were talking about road trip. Northern California is closer.
All right. Thank you, Don.
Florida's sunnier.
Hey, it's sunny right now.
All right, then. All right, so to end this meeting, I just wanted to say there is no other greater source of inspiration and motivation than to walk into our monthly meetings and be greeted by smiles of friendly and supportive team members like you. We cannot thank you enough for the dedication of your time and effort. We have achieved remarkable success in the last 8 months. We are very forward to working together with all of you in 2020
so relieved after news yesterday that all our work isn't going to be a waste of time because the solar industry looks like it's going to survive here for the next couple of years. So,
Yeah. Christmas present.
Assuming that the votes go the right way in the next 2 days and no, it's not over.
See you guys at the next one.
See you later.
Happy holidays to all of you.
The vote is supposed to happen either today or tomorrow morning. They're going to have a 30% investment tax credit for residents all the way through the end of 2019.
Don't drop that, Sparky.
In 2020, it drops. 2021, it drops to 20.
One in each hand, so nice and balanced.
And then it drops to like 10% next year. So it's a pretty severe drop after that. But we've got now, at least I would say till 2021, they don't really worry about it.